Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
Meg, you ready? Megan?
All set here.
It is 5 o'clock, and I call this meeting of the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Services Committee to order. Ms. Shope, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Tom Hankins,
Here.
Megan Miller,
Present.
and Greg Schneider.
Present.
All members are present.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Agenda is approved. Can I have a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Just a point of order, I was not at that meeting, so I can't. I believe that's correct.
I will second. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions?
Point of order. Tom, if you ever wanted second, you can still second it, even if you're going to abstain, just so you know.
Well, I wasn't in attendance at that meeting, so I can't. So, yes,
Okay.
I'm just trying to, thank you. Abstention, right,
Correct.
Chairman?
Okay. I would like to appoint Megan Miller as vice chair of the committee. Are you willing to serve in that capacity, Megan?
I am. Thank you. And I'm sorry for not being there in person. I'm just fighting a cold, and I didn't want to get everybody sick. Thank you so much for the request. I'm happy to do that.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. Item 2A, new course proposals from BMHS Art Department.
Mr. Snyder, do you mind if I kick it off?
Please go ahead, Dr. Garrison.
Sure. Every year around this time, we have different opportunities from courses that we kind of explore. Of course, we've had this art conversations, and of course, our art department is looking to bring some different opportunities for our students. I have with us Mrs. Gorud today, and she will take us through that presentation.
All right, good evening. As Dr. Garrison mentioned, I am Dr. Kelly Gorud. I am the Director of Instructional Leadership in STEAM. I know I'm usually here talking about math or something else, but I also work with our art, our music, and our PE departments. And so tonight I'm here to represent our art department and some course proposals that they would like to make. Just to sort of start off, our art department does currently offer a wide range of courses for students, and they do so because students really have interest across a lot of media. And we have a very vibrant art program here at our high school, and we have a lot of students that produce very, very high quality art. But the art department is always looking for ways to continue to stay relevant and meet the needs of students, and also to meet the needs of the art community here in Beloit. And so they are proposing some courses and some changes to their current offerings. One of those changes is to take the 2D and 3D AP Art course that currently exists as a year-long course, and to split it into 2 semester-long courses, so 2 individually semester-long courses. The reason they would like to do so is because our AP course, running year-long, can be a barrier for some of our students in terms of flexibility with their schedule. However, what they found is that some students really do need a full year of support in order to produce a high-quality AP portfolio. So what they'd like to do is split the course into the portfolio development component, which all students would be required to do, which would lead directly to that AP exam. And then what they would like to call AP Design, Art Design Inquiry, which would be a course that allows students to continue to develop their art skills and understand the requirements of the assessment better. This would allow our highest achieving students to just take 1 semester of AP Art Portfolio, while students who need a little more time to take both courses over the course of the year. So this is really about flexibility and maximizing student time. And the art department was really gracious and gave me some beautiful examples of artwork that has been submitted through their AP coursework. And we wanted to highlight a little bit, our AP art and design courses are extremely successful. 30% of our students score 5s, which is kind of the highest score you can get on an AP exam. Nationwide, that percentage is closer to 11%. So we have a very, very successful pass rate with our AP art and design course. And so we don't want to remove those supports, but we do want to provide some flexibility. And this proposal gives us the opportunity to do both. The second sort of change, or the course proposal that the art department would like to make, is to add a business of the arts course. This would be an opportunity for students who are interested in art and entrepreneurial kinds of activities. So we have students that are really accomplished in their art and trying to form small businesses with their art and design work. And so this course would be a collaboration between the art department and the business department at the high school, and would allow students to really explore the business side of starting a small business. And so some topics that they would explore are branding and marketing skills, how to generate revenue and revenue streams, and then how to really establish themselves through websites and social media. As a part of the course, the department is proposing that students would create a small online business or participate in or attend art shows. So places where they can really understand what it takes to sell the things that they create. Some examples of small businesses that they're anticipating, they know students already have interest in these areas, are things like clothing design, portraits, architectural rendering, nail design, accessories, fine arts, fiber crafts, those kinds of things. So we have a really, as you can see, a wide variety of interest in small business, and this would be a way to really support our students in being successful with those businesses. And then finally, the last course that they would like to propose is called Video Arts. Video arts would be for students who really enjoy film, television, internet video, and want to be involved in the production of those kinds of videos. So they want to learn how to create the content then that is used for those media. So topics might include shot composition, so how do we set up the actual video, how to edit videos, scripting and storyboarding, and then creation, right? So how do we create movie trailers, stop motion animation, music video, short films, those kinds of things. The department has really done a lot of thinking around the skills they want students to develop in this particular course. And those skills really fall into both the technical side of things, like how do we use cameras, lighting, and audio, but they also involve really developing students' soft skills. Video is not something that's usually done independently, and so it's the kind of thing where communication and collaboration, problem solving, time management, and interpersonal skills become really important. And so they want to set students up for success in those areas as well. So those are the courses that we're proposing. They're 4 in number, but one is to separate our current AP course into 2 semester-long courses, the Business of the Arts course and the Video Arts course. As of right now, the funding that would be needed to do these courses is really in the curriculum development, and then some minor equipment for the video art course, although we've already started to identify where we can get that equipment and what's available within the district. So it's pretty minimal in terms of expense. It does not require FTE, and these are really nice opportunities for some flexibility and new and important avenues for our art students.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Tom?
Yes, and thank you for the presentation. This is more informative to me. How many students are we talking about that are in this AP courses?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember. I did have this for the last time I was here. I could find that number and share it
Well,
with
just
you.
in ballpark.
It's a couple dozen a year that participate in the AP. There's 2 courses. There's 2D and 3D art, and between the 2 of them, there's a couple dozen per year.
Okay. Do they help? I mean, it's all excellent stuff. Do they help in you collaborate with this programming? I mean, it's all sounds well and good. And do you reach out to the community for like the art students to go to like the Villager and work with Betsy or whoever? And
Yep.
this is real life experience stuff.
They sure do. As a matter of fact, at the end, so the AP exam usually is in April. The end of that course is usually community art. So they actually build that into the curriculum each year.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good. Megan, any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you. You can still hear me okay?
Mhm.
Okay, so thank you so much. That was a beautiful presentation. I'm super excited. Really just a quick question about that last one. I'm wondering about what extent there might be an opportunity to align some of that with Blackhawk's digital marketing program. And I don't know if there's some level of exposure or an implication for like the academy model or any other relationships we have with Blackhawk. Just because I pulled this up their course listing, and like first semester includes things like, you talked about the business crossover. There's like a marketing class that they do. There's also like an introduction to video capture and edit, introduction to digital photography and color, and things like that. And I don't know if there's like an opportunity for credit for our students, but maybe just like some partnership and exposure might be great for them as well. It's just something that I noticed looking over the agenda and that. Otherwise, I think this is extremely innovative and great for kids, and I really appreciate the work you put into doing this.
Yeah, that's a great comment. It's not something that we had discussions around. We had some discussions around how the video production could support the high school, but that is definitely making some connections to our community partners, especially at BTC, would be a great idea. Yep, I will take that back to the department.
Thank you.
Great. Again, with the video course, I mean, a great opportunity would be looking at the public access channel as a way to produce some things that can be shown there. There's just so many connections that can happen with that. I am thrilled with the art departments looking at the future as where things are at and making the courses as accessible as possible for the students. I'm just really encouraged with this selection. Partially, my granddaughter is now at Stevens Point in art management. But that came through a series of art courses within the high school. And it really was her involvement in the art that got her through high school and to move on. But I'm also just really excited with some of these courses and the opportunities that it provides students at this point. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just asking a question because I don't know. I mean, we have a beautiful liberal arts college on Beloit campus. Do you guys collaborate with them? I mean, I know a lot of artists that go there.
Yep, there are some collaborations. Actually, the art department has collaborations all over the Beloit community. I mean, Ms. Carpenter is very, very well networked, and there is a lot of opportunity for our students. So yes, there are some opportunities that way. I can't speak to the specifics of them, but I do know that they've got connection.
And Ms. Carpenter is in charge of that?
Yeah, Elizabeth Carpenter is the department chair at the high school.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and this is an action item. So can I have a motion to approve these new art courses and the proposals and to send them to the full board?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Thank you. Motion carries. That brings us on to item 3A, the achievement gap reductions.
All right, I have to switch screens and switch paperwork. So again, Dr. Kelly Grorud, Director of Instructional Leadership in STEAM, and I'm here to provide some information around our achievement gap reduction contracts. Our contracts were up for a 5-year renewal, and so I just wanted to give a little bit of update on the program and then provide you with some information about our renewals. So the AGR program, Achievement Gap Reduction Program, is a program we've talked about before at this committee. It is an extension of what used to be called the SAGE program, and it is a program for K-3 course or classrooms, right? So our elementary schools can tap into this funding. It's grant funding that really allows schools to choose one of 3 strategies that they can use to reduce achievement gaps. And so those 3 strategies are reducing class size to under 18 to 1 or 30 to 2, one-to-one tutoring with certified licensed teachers, or instructional coaching to support the K-3 teachers in math and reading ELA. As a district, we have conversations with the schools every year about this AGR funding, but our primary strategy has really been to lean into our instructional coaching, and I can share a little bit about why we've chosen that strategy here in a minute. Each building at our elementary level has access to a literacy and a math-focused instructional coach. And those coaches provide support for professional learning, PLCs, data, like understanding student data and how to use data to inform instruction, and really importantly, the implementation of our high-quality instructional materials and those high-quality instructional practices. Our instructional coaches also do provide some direct services to students. So 20% of their time, well, we say 20%, it's usually more than that, is directed toward intervention services and other direct supports to students. In our AGR contract, we've also stated that where it's appropriate, we will use class size reduction, and I'll talk a little bit about why class size reduction is not appropriate for all situations and all grade levels, but we do identify that as a secondary strategy that we can use this funding for. So why have we chosen coaching? Coaching has the possibility of really supporting our teachers. Coaching is job-embedded professional learning, and it's ongoing professional learning. So earlier today was actually at a meeting that involved the DPI coaching representative, coordinator, and she actually shared some statistics that I wanted to share here tonight. What she said is that statewide they're doing research around the impact on coaching, and that when teachers get training for a new curriculum or a new set of instructional practices that a school or a district wants to implement, Typically, if it's training alone, only 5% of teachers pick up that training and use it in practice in their classrooms. When that training is coupled with coaching, 85 to 95% of teachers will pick up and use the new practices. So they are looking at coaching as being particularly high impact across the state right now. And one of the reasons for that is that when you're thinking about implementation of high quality practices and high quality materials, you usually think along the line of what they call 3 implementation drivers. So there's the intervention itself, is it of high quality? There's the leadership driver. So do our leaders, instructional leaders, building leaders, coaches have the technical skills they need to implement the intervention? And have we done enough work to really help people understand the why and the mindset that they need for that implementation? And then there's what we call competency drivers. And competency drivers include things like training and coaching to support our teachers in actually being able to do the things that they need to do and with some confidence, right? So that they feel comfortable and confident making the instructional decisions they need to make in the moment. And the reason why coaching can be such a strong component of that competency driver is because coaching practices lean into 3 things that we know are research-based practices that really work for schools. So one is that they increase teacher credibility, or the ability of the teacher to really know their craft, know the content, and know the pedagogy that they're trying to use. Coaching helps provide teachers with clarity so that they really have a strong understanding of the practices they're trying to use and the learning outcomes that they have for students day to day. And then coaching, especially when we coach teams like our coaches do, can lead to collective efficacy. And collective efficacy is really a gold star in teaching practice when whole teams of teachers feel like they can really positively impact student outcomes. The impact on learning goes up. And so you can see here, we call these effect sizes. Any effect size that's greater than 0.4 is usually considered positively impacting student learning beyond just the typical experience students would have throughout the year. And you can see that teacher credibility is 0.9, teacher clarity is 0.75, and collective efficacy is about 1.5. So these are these are really important practices for our schools. For class size, I'm sharing with you here, these are the beginning of the year average class sizes across schools, and you can see the overall class size for our school district is 20.3, and this is in line with our policy where we try to average 22 to 1 at this grade level. The reason why class size cannot be used in all grade levels and in all situations is because, quite frankly, we don't have the number of classrooms we would need to reduce class size to 18 to 1. So in places where we have the ability to reduce class size, we obviously try to do that work, and then we can supplement with AGR funding. But where we do not have the space to do that, and some of our schools do not have that space right now because of their enrollment, then we get to lean in on those coaching strategies. So I just wanted to share, we did apply earlier this year for our 5-year renewal. This would take us through 2028, 2029. And I'm happy to say that DPI accepted and approved all of our contracts for the upcoming year. And so we've got the contracts for each school linked in here. Schools are required to submit the applications separately. We support them in being able to do that. So we cannot create one district application, but in talking to our principals, we all do share the same goals. And that's really nice because that helps support our strategic plan and it helps our schools move forward together. We do want to continue our cadence of annual reporting to the board. We actually try to send updates 2 times a year, once in the fall and once in the spring, to let you know how we're doing with our grant. And if you have any additional questions about AGR funding, there's a wealth of information on DPI's site. So we have that linked in here as well. Yes?
So, and I love, that we can look and see where, so how's it doing on the spring? I haven't been able to see that, where the spring reporting.
Yeah, we did extremely well this past spring. So the AGR funding provides about $3 million, just under $3 million to our district for our 6 schools. And over the last, since I've been a part of the program, which has been about 4 years, we have increased our student outcomes K through 3 every single year. This last year, we increased our outcomes so much that when we put in our new contract, we actually raised the bar for both ELA and math.
And again, I'm sorry to belabor.
It's
So most of this grant money goes to funding for teachers?
It pays for coaches and teachers
Coaches
in
and
our
teachers.
elementary buildings,
Oh, okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Dr. Garrison?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much, Dr. Grove, for the presentation and, of course, the team that helped, of course, put this together. When I say team, naturally, there's principals that's involved in this, of course, Converse, Gaston, Hackett, Merrill, Robinson, and Todd principals. Of course, thank you for working with us in this opportunity as well. We know that, our goal is to keep getting better and better, and that continuous improvement is something that I can say in the school district is something that we talk about often. These are not just conversations we have here, of course. We have these conversations on a regular basis, especially with me, with our coaches, and me, with our teaching staff, as well as principals. And so this is a team opportunity here, and I think that based off of the outcomes and the data, that speaks to things getting better under this opportunity. We did believe that it was important to continue it going into these next few years here. With that being stated, of course, there's a lot of work that's still yet to be done, right? And I think that's a part of the conversations that we will continue to have here in the school district.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Board Member Miller?
Thank you so much. Yeah, no questions. Just again, lots of gratitude for the work that's gone into this. One comment I will make, just because I want to be responsive to concerns and just like thoughts that I've heard just from community members, like in public comment and just sort of out in the world wide web and things like that. I would just say that the AGR has just done such a great job. I think like the work that you've done within that, aligning our resources and focus in such a purposeful way. And it's honestly, the AGR report, this is like super dorky, but it's like one of my favorite parts of being on the school board is like, I look forward to like, oh, when are we going to get the AGR report? Because it's such a great moment to see that purposeful alignment around like doing, what data is telling us and research tells us is best for kids and best for schools, and just like really seeing it at work sort of in that microscopic way, and just like, percentage point by percentage point, that growth has just been such a great opportunity. And I know that in the past people have expressed concerns like, why do we have coaches when, we need to, and it's like, it's just the capacity building. And so I would say wise use of resources, that's been an outcome of this work around AGR, is just extremely helpful. And I just want to thank you. And I guess wanted to highlight just those points. This is really like the core of the work we do.
Yep, thank you. Related to that, I wanted to share, because you prompted a thought. This AGR funding really being focused on K2 gives us a really important reason to dig into that K2 data in a way that's very meaningful. And the state does not provide a statewide assessment for those grade levels. So this allows us to really track and keep track of the impact of our coaching at our youngest learners. And we have seen a lot of gains for our young learners, and that's translating now into strengths as they move into their upper elementary.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Great. Okay.
Which leads me into thank you for that thought, because, again, I'm learning, and I know the third grade is a high testing year. So K2, I love hearing that it gets those kids ready for the third grade testing, and that's wonderful to hear. And I'm glad that you and this grant are focusing on that. And you've seen the results then, right?
Absolutely. So that's why this grant is so important to us, right? We track changes through kindergarten through second grade in math. We use a district-wide benchmark assessment that we give 3 times a year. We've been able to track growth on that benchmark over the years. And then, as I was saying, we've actually raised the bar for this next contract year, where we used to say we wanted students to be able to achieve 50% of that. We're now saying 75, and we can do that because our students are doing better on that benchmark. Same thing for literacy. We use an embedded assessment in the reading curriculum called an ERLA. And again, they were able to raise the bar because our youngest students are being successful with the new reading curriculum. And so it's really pushed us to up the game. And we're starting to see that now after 5 years translate into 3rd grade and 4th grade success as well, even on the state assessments.
In that thought, are you tracking these people that, I mean, you said it's been in place for 5 years, so we can watch how they do?
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank you so much. I just see the strength in working with the students as they enter our school system to make sure that they have the skills to begin their educational process as they move forward. And it takes some time for those students to work their way through the system. But it's a great way, and the most important way, I think, that we can reach and improve our academic achievement and so on is making sure that the students entering our system are well equipped. So, great. Thank you so much. Okay, that brings us then to item 3B, the continuous improvement updates. Dr. Garrison, you want to start us off?
So the continuous improvement systems update that we have here will be presented by Mr. Eric Weir. In this presentation, you'll hear a little bit about our district's federal identifications and kind of how we're doing. Some of the things that we worked on and some of the improvements that we'll keep working towards. It's a detailed presentation. And so I know Mr. Weir has a lot to cover. This presentation will pretty much take us probably to the end of the conversation for today. But it will give us a good snapshot of kind of where we are based off our district's federal identifications. Mr. Weir?
Yep. Eric Weir, Director of Special Education Student Services. There's a lot in the presentation, but a lot of it I'm going to go over. This is not new. We've brought this to the committee and the board in the past. We gave an update in the spring when we were anticipating some new the updates to our identifications being released. However, I think it's important to keep some of that foundational information in here so that if anyone is reviewing it, they have that context. Otherwise, a lot of the information may not make sense to somebody. So we're going to take a look at 2 primary federal identifications. So the U.S. Department of Ed monitors schools and districts annually. They do that under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, and the Every Student Succeeds Act, which is ESSA. ESSA is site-based identification, so those are given to actual buildings in school districts, and then IDEA is a district-level identification pertaining to their educating students with disabilities. When it comes to IDEA, there's 2 components to it. So the first one is the LEA determinations. It's based on compliance indicators and results indicators. So it's 50% compliant, 50% results. And then IDEA racial disproportionality. So you can have racial dispro in identifications, meaning the categories that students may qualify for within special education, or you can have racial dispro in discipline practices. When it comes to the compliance indicators, those are things like timely evaluations, making sure we have our paperwork done, that we're meeting all those federal timelines. The results indicators are rates, meaning percentages for students with IEPs that are graduating on time with their peers, aren't dropping out, whether or not they're proficient in mathematics and English language arts, whether or not they participate in our statewide assessments. And those educational environments. So what extent are we educating our students with disabilities with their non-disabled peers? For racial dispro, that is really looking, like I said, either 4B, which is disproportionality in our discipline practices, so how we apply exclusionary discipline to our students with IEPs, and then specifically students of color within your subgroup of students with disabilities, and then indicator 9 which is special education, and 10, which is the disability category. So do we have a disproportionate number of students of color being referred for emotional behavioral disabilities, as an example? For ESSA identifications, these are part of Title I, and the state has kind of a goal in general to cut achievement gaps in half, cut graduation gaps in half, and to improve English language proficiency, all by 18% within an 8-year time frame. So that's the goal that the state has set, and that's what they're using when they kind of measure buildings throughout the state in terms of the progress that they're meeting. There are 3 types of ESSA identifications that a building can be given. I've listed them from the most critical to the least critical. So the most critical is comprehensive support and improvement. This year, the state has added a new category, which is a more rigorous intervention for the CSI group. These federal identifications started in 2018. They are intended to have districts have to navigate a 3 to 5 year process to meet exit criteria. What the state is finding is, unfortunately, they have sites that aren't meeting exit criteria, and so instead of just keeping them at a CSI indication, again, they've kind of added a more critical or a next level to that. The middle level is the additional targeted supports and intervention, and then the least critical is targeted supports and intervention, or TSI. So here are our identifications that we were issued. So we are working within the special education IDEA. So we do have racial equity or our DISPRO. We are no longer considered disproportionate in our discipline practices. We have made growth from some of the systems and structures that we've put in place. And so we are considered discrepant in our data. And so obviously that's a positive that we're moving in the right direction there. For our LEA determination, so we have always been 100% compliant in this district. Where we needed some improvement was the results for our students with disabilities. And so we still have some work to do with our results. We are in needs intervention year 2. However, I am excited to share that we have made some progress for indicator 1, which is our graduation exiters, meaning we've seen more students with IEPs exiting with their same age non-disabled peers in either a 4 or 6 year cohort. And our indicator 6A, which is our educational environments for our earliest learners, so those that are 3 to 5 years old and not enrolled in 5K programs in our district. Our ESSA site-based identifications have not changed from last year, so we still have Aldrich, Fruzen, Hackett, Memorial, and Beloit Learning Academy that we're working to support. All of the administrators were met with in the spring, and we continue to support them through their school improvement processes and working towards exiting those identifications. I did include here in the slide, I know it's really tiny up on the screen, but you can see the subgroups. So for TSI and ATSI identifications, they do assign those to specific subgroups within a school. So it's not the entire building that may show areas of needs, it's those particular subgroups. And you can see our students with disabilities, no surprise with our IDEA identification that that subgroup is present in our ESSA identifications as well. And then you can see in several instances, our students of color also are part of that. Beloit Learning Academy, because they have the CSI identification, when you get to that point, they no longer tease out by subgroup. That means that the vast majority or all student subgroups, any way you could tease out student data in that building, are not meeting the expectations at that time. So what is our expected response in regards to this? And really it comes down to needing to modify our practices, take a look at our policies, and provide professional development to address the issues that led to the identification. So we really leverage as a district our continuous improvement efforts. We as district administration have been going through continuous improvement efforts. It's been a joint collaboration between Pupil Services and Teaching and Learning for the last several years with support from some state technical assistance. And we've really worked to link what we're doing here down to the building levels and provide a much more strategic approach to supporting the buildings in their continuous improvement plans. For ESSA specifically, they do attach some very nuanced exit criteria, and so you have to improve outcomes to meet exit criteria 1 and 2, and then you have to be able to show sustainability essentially to meet exit criteria number 3. So last spring, I was able to share with the board the work that we've been doing around our data reviews, our system impact statement, developing our hypotheses of practice, and some of the inclusive mindsets work. And I'm excited to be able to expand a little bit more tonight around our inclusion vision that we've created for the district, our linking teams process, some particular work that the high school and BLA are doing with graduation rate improvements, and that our early childhood programs are doing around ed environments for our early learners, and then just an overview of some of the work that a few of the buildings are doing for their ESSA. So I won't read this. This is available, and we shared this again. This is our system impact statement that we developed based upon our data reviews a couple years back. And really, it's just showing that what we currently have in place wasn't working for all of our students anymore. It's not to say that at one point it didn't work. It's just times have changed, our students' needs have changed, and so we needed to adapt our practices to meet the changes in our clientele, essentially, our students and families. So we took that then and developed some hypotheses of practice to help us get to some root causes. You can see here, there's just an image of an activity that we did multiple times to land on our root causes. We really comes down to us identifying for our district that our institutional beliefs and biases about student groups and their families, and in particular student behavior, punishment, compliance, and the concept of compliance and control have been a root cause in some of our identifications. That we've continued to have work to do around instructional practices, policies, and materials. You even heard a little bit about how that's an emphasis with Kelly's update on AGR and high leverage instructional practices and the materials that go along with that. And then just overall our current systems and structures needing some coherence, and that's where this linking process really comes into play. Like all continuous improvement processes, once we establish that, we work to develop our theory of action. And that kind of led us into the action items that we really work to address. So we started as a district and continue to work on mindsets and beliefs in regards to all students in our schools being everyone's priority and responsibility to support and to educate, and that every adult in our building has a specific role to the success of the students and families that we serve. We did some focus groups and then some empathy mapping. So we did focus groups with students across the district, elementary through high school. We did focus groups with staff also across the district, and we solicited feedback through surveys with administration in the district. And all of that led us to building our vision for what inclusive learning looks like in Beloit. It was really important for us as a team, and when I say us, I mean teaching and learning and pupil services, to make sure that when we speak about inclusion, that we're not using it in terms of special education. A lot of times in education, inclusion is aligned with a special education approach to making sure students with disabilities are feeling welcome in our school environments, but it's really important as a district that we make sure every single student that is in our district feels welcome, feels cared for, feels supported, and is able to access learning throughout their time here. So you can see some collective commitments that we have in this vision about classroom environments reflecting natural proportions of our student body, making sure that buildings and classrooms are responsive to the culture and linguistic differences in the buildings, and that students are exposed to grade and age-appropriate social, emotional, and behavioral learning opportunities, as well as high-quality academic instruction, and ultimately that those are provided by the most highly qualified individuals to do so. So our big step for this year that we're working on is process that we refer to as linked teams. So we've worked to establish a linked team structure between central office and the buildings. This information was provided to building leadership teams at the SIP development retreat in June. We reviewed it again with administration in August and have been working as a district leadership team of pupil services and teaching and learning to kind of define and expand what responsibilities the teams will have, both to the work that that team does, but also to a team that may be either above or below them in this linking process. So at the top, you have the district leadership team, which really is our pupil services, teaching and learning directors and executive directors that come together and collaborate on the work that we do every day in our buildings. We then have district implementation teams. We've had implementation teams established in literacy and math. We've been working to establish an implementation team for social emotional behavioral. Those are led by members of teaching and learning and pupil services, and they include members, teachers, student services, administrators, program managers, special education, et cetera, staff from all of the buildings. Those implementation teams really will work to support the implementation of those high quality instructional materials and practices in the buildings, and they directly would connect with building leadership teams and some of that professional learning and coaching and support that may occur through building level PLCs. At the building level, they have those leadership teams. They have obviously their PLCs, and we've also worked to kind of streamline and build coherence across our system in regards to our equitable multi-level systems of support as well. So, like I had mentioned earlier, Beloit Learning Academy and Beloit Memorial High School are working on a graduation rate improvement plan. This work is supported by the Transition Improvement Grant. So it does specifically focus on students with disabilities and hoping to ensure that that we reduce the percentage of students with disabilities that may drop out of high school and increase the percentage of students with disabilities that are graduating on time. Both buildings have been engaged in in-depth data analysis of factors that are affecting dropout and graduation rates. They've done self-assessments of current practices that are going on in each building, and they've created action plans to move forward with some of the work. And so Beloit Learning Academy is really looking at the school as an activity that the school and district provides individualized instruction and job readiness skills. So they are working towards implementing resources within the environments for their students during their flex time so that students can take more responsibility, be more involved and equipped with completing classwork, increasing self-advocacy skills, and developing better organizational and communication skills. And Beloit Memorial High School has honed in on focusing on school staff engaging in reflection that identifies opportunities for growth and transition planning. And so they're really trying to leverage the PTP component of a student's IEP as well as age-appropriate transition assessment to help map out a course of progress for students and helping them to achieve their post-secondary goals. And then, like I mentioned, our early childhood program staff are engaged in some work with the early learning technical assistance team at the state level. They really have been focusing their efforts on Indicator 6 and Indicator 7. So Indicator 6 is those ed environments. So we're really working to increase the percent of students with IEPs in those early years that are receiving their services in what would be a general education environment for them. So that could be meeting students' needs in the home, that could be providing services at daycare centers in town, or if they then are in 4K, helping to provide more inclusive services within 4K environments and not necessarily just trying to pull out and provide services in a specialized setting. They also, though, have worked on Indicator 7, which is the percent of preschool children who demonstrate improvement in certain skills. And so they specifically are looking at positive social emotional skills, acquisition of use and knowledge skills, including early language and communication, and the use of appropriate behaviors to meet their needs, and ensuring that as they measure student progress and exit the students from that early learning category or group into the traditional school-aged group setting, that they are there and ready with the foundational skills that they need to be successful in those environments. One of the big things they worked on this year as a team was creating task boxes. And so they worked to align a lot of student choice activities to those foundational literacy skills that are being implemented through the Frog Street curriculum, which is the curriculum that the 4K programs use. And the team was really excited to kind of start to see the early rollout of that, and the excitement that the students have had on their faces that they get to have some choice in the activities that they're going to participate in, instead of just doing one activity with the entire group. And then those site-based schools, so I provide a lot of support to Fruzen and BLA, because those are the two sites with those identifications where we have certain requirements that we have to meet with the state, and we have to do check-ins with the state. And so I regularly meet with the administrators of those buildings. We review their continuous improvement plans, and we work to help make sure that they are meeting those exit criteria sooner rather than later. A big thing to note is both buildings did choose professional learning as their evidence-based improvement strategy, really focusing on building staff capacities, so professional learning to inform adult practices to increase student achievement, because we all know that student outcomes aren't going to change unless we start to make changes in our systems and our adult practices. All right. I tried to keep it quick. There's a lot of information.
Thank you, Eric, for the presentation.
Yeah.
And I say this respectfully because a lot of it I don't know. I assume that you were here a year ago, probably stating some of the same data or proposals for the incoming year. I'm wondering, and our society and we're driven by data, is there data to support that these things that you are implementing are working? And yeah, I hear a lot of our hope is to, and they're excited.
Yep.
But is there data to support that these things are working? Thank you.
Yeah, so the data comes in the reports that we then get annually. So for our IDEA identification, the state scores you either a 0, 1, or a 2. So if you're a 2, that means you're meeting their expectations, and you can continue kind of doing as you are. If you're a 1, you're missing the mark for some of your students, but not all of your students. And if you're scored a 0, then you're not meeting the state's expectations. And so when we started the work, we had 0s in all of our results categories. And at the end of last year, so launching us into this year, we have moved into a 1 in our grad exiters, which directly speaks to the work that the graduation rate improvement teams at Memorial and BLA are working on. And we've moved into a 1 for our ed environments for our early learners, which is the work that the early learning or early childhood teams are doing in regards to opening up access to be educated with their non-disabled peers in those earliest environments. So that's the metrics that we currently use for tracking our progress.
So before last year, when it was a 0, I don't know who was involved and who wasn't, but let's go forward. Is your goal maybe, is it an attainable goal for at the end of 24, 25 to be at a 2? Is that out of the realm?
It's not out of the realm. For those two categories specifically, it's also not necessarily out of the realm to move from a 0 to a 2 in like our proficiency rates for math or literacy, but realistically, that's going to take a little more time, right? Our at environment rates for our students that are in 5K through 12th grade, that is something that could easily be obtainable to make progress within a year as well.
And please educate me. I hear Fruzen and BLA. Why isn't Aldridge in that context? Do certain students fit into the mold at Fruzen and not at Aldridge?
So Fruzen and BLA have ESSA identifications. Aldrich does have an ESSA identification, but it's the least critical. So we don't have state mandated obligations, if that makes sense. So we don't have to meet certain criteria for the state in order to measure their progress. We do that internally with their school improvement plan.
Thank you. Just one last, as long as we're on Aldrich, because I don't know the answer. I know that Joe has a classroom within his building that I'm not sure how do students get there into that room where I know that they're doing good things there. If you could educate me.
Oh, the school within a school?
Yes,
Program?
one class.
that's
a
in-
one class room.
In lieu of expulsion.
Okay.
So if a student goes to a pre-expulsion
Is that a district?
hearing.
So Fruzen people, that's one of the options. They could go to that. That's just located at Aldridge.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Miller?
Can you hear me okay? Sorry, I think I hit the mute button twice. Sorry about that. What I was just saying is I am so floored and inspired by what I just saw presented. So this is work that, like, you know, in my day job, like, I work really closely in, and just the depth of this is just so impressive, and I'm just, like, in total awe. So thank you. Just wanted to just make two comments that I think are in line with, just, again, feedback that I've heard over the last 6 years. Often we hear that the district should do more to elevate the voices of stakeholders. And I think that, which is, I'm not surprised, because this is like a trend that I see in these committee meetings. The length at which you went to make sure that, like, we talk to students, we talk, like the visual that you had up there with their feedback. That's something that I wish we could showcase more to the community, that it's not that there isn't more that we can always do, right? But I just love, like, how, like, integrated that is into the practice, because it really just shows that this is more likely to work. So I just wanted to thank you for that, and thank you for showcasing that to us tonight at the committee meeting. And also, I think another thing that I hear, and I think this is an issue probably in most school districts, is just that sense that there's, like, a disconnect between central office, right, and, like, the day-to-day. And I love that you're incorporating, like, this linking teams idea. When I looked over to prepare for the meeting tonight, I wasn't sure, like, hearing you speak about that was just really energizing for me to listen to, because I'm hopeful that that's going to be something that compounds upon itself, that you know, can maybe be a culture changer, right, and bring people's work and understanding of the work that happens in the district closer together, so that people at the building level feel more connected to the work at COLAC, et cetera, and vice versa. I mean, so, yeah, I mean, I just thought those are the two things that particularly stuck out to me. But just overall, this is literally just beautiful work, and I'm so excited to hear the update for how fabulously successful I'm sure we will be when we hear about this next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Garrison, any thoughts?
Again, this is a team effort. We know that all of the work that comes into having a report as such takes more than just Mr. Weir. We know that our special education teachers work very hard in this conversation. Our regular ed teachers work very hard in these conversations. And our goal is, again, to keep moving forward in the continuous improvement opportunities for our school district. And like Mr. Weir has already mentioned, we have made some gains, some moving from some zeros to ones, and the way the state grades us, of course. Mm-hmm. And we will continue to work on that moving forward in the conversation.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weir. Okay. That then brings us to item 4A, the next meeting date. The next meeting date for this committee will be on Tuesday, November 19th, 2024 at 5 o'clock PM. Can I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. This committee is now adjourned.
Board President, why is everybody here?
The 84 recognition.
Oh.
Michelle, your thumbs up. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I would like to call to order tonight's regular board meeting, Tuesday, October 15th. It is 6:03. Ms. Shope, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Megan Miller?
Sorry, present.
Tom Hankins?
Here.
Brian Anderson?
Here.
Brian Nichols?
Here.
Amy Levy?
Here.
Greg Schneider?
Present.
And Tia Johnson?
Present. For the approval of the agenda, I am seeking an approval of the agenda with swapping the order of items 9, B, and D to facilitate the conversation should we decide not going into closed session for those.
So moved.
I'll second.
Second.
The motion to approve the agenda, changing the order of 9B as in boy and D as in dog, was by Brian Nichols. It was seconded by Brian Anderson. Any discussion? All in favor?
My hand is
Oh,
raised.
I'm sorry, I did
No,
not
it's
see
okay.
that. Go ahead.
I apologize. I couldn't get in fast enough before there was a second. I just had two concerns. The first is with item 6E, board consultant. And my concern is that yesterday, Board President Johnson, you emailed the board, and I'll just read a brief segment. In preparation for tomorrow's meeting, I worked with, I won't include the name, to secure a tentative outline of their duties and responsibilities. You went on to say, I hope you will join me in moving this forward. So I'm concerned that this email establishes a walking quorum. You emailed 6 other board members and asked us to move this forward, and the only mechanism we have to move something forward is an affirmative vote from at least 4 of us. So soliciting our specific votes, I believe, is inappropriate. And I'm curious also why you would meet with an individual to discuss tentative duties without being directed by the board. And I'll pause if you'd like to respond, and then I just had 2 other issues.
Yes, moving it forward meant moving the conversation forward, not indicating your vote, just that we can have this conversation.
Thank you for that clarification. I would prefer to have the concerns you outlined and possibly this proposal on an upcoming agenda, because that will give board members more than 24 hours to address the concern that you listed in the email and prepare to brainstorm for the best solutions. I'm not comfortable with us being brought a concern and also brought a solution and saying, hey, can we move forward with this? So I would actually look to see if there is an amendment to postpone item 6E until all board members can be prepared to engage in that discussion so we can best decide how to move forward. So that's my motion to amend the original motion, and I'll pause in case there's a second.
I'll second.
There is a motion to amend the motion of the approval of the agenda. Any discussion?
Oh, and just specifically to postpone item 6E to a future meeting date.
Any discussion? Board Member Hankins?
I always hate to claim naivete, but is this for discussion, right, tonight? So
For
I know we want to follow what we're supposed to be doing and how.
Craig, it's for discussion and action.
Oh, it is for action
Yep,
too.
yeah,
Which, I mean,
if
it could
we-
result in action.
Yep, it could, the discussion could result in action.
Okay.
Correct. Any other board members wishing to discuss? Okay, so we are voting on the amendment by Amy Levy, which was seconded by Greg Schneider to postpone item 6E. Ms. Shope, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Nay.
Brian Anderson.
Nay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your vote.
Nay.
Tom Hankins,
Nay.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Nay.
The motion failed, 3-4.
Thank you. Any discussion on the original motion of approval of the agenda with swapping the order of 9B and D?
I do have one question.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I see that item 10B as in boy, which is a policy, is listed for closed session. And I know that we are all committed to transparency. And on my 4 years of the board, I've never had a policy discussed in closed session. And there's no information explaining why that is the case in executive content. So I would actually like to have the discussion of item 10B as in boy in open session.
Actually, the intent is for it to be in open session. As it states on the agenda, a motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent G of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to conferring with legal counsel who is rendering oral or written advice. We have an attorney who is on call tonight to help us should we decide to go into closed session at that time.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. It was a little confusing because it was listed under executive session. So I'm so glad that that conversation will be happening in open.
Any other discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That brings us to the Pledge of Allegiance, and tonight we are fortunate to have from Hackett Elementary School Principal Ryan McReynolds to introduce students Oakley and Lily.
Thank you for affording our students this opportunity. We have Oakley, who's in 3rd grade, and her sister Lily, who's in 2nd grade. Two amazing students, Hackett Hawks through and through. And the highlight of my day is when Oakley comes out for recess and Lily gets to see her, give her a hug, and move on about her day. So just the smile on their faces is just amazing. So without further ado, Oakley and Lily.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Oakley and Lily, and Mr. McReynolds, thank you so much. Tonight, there is no board president report, so that brings us to item 2E, upcoming events and announcements. Board Clerk Tom Hankins. Ms. Shope, are there any? No. Okay, I guess there are no upcoming events or announcements. That brings us to, thank you, Board Clerk Hankins. That brings us to recognitions. Tonight, we are recognizing the Beloit Memorial Purple Night class of 1984. Dr. Garrison.
Yes, we know that every year we have class reunions and a lot of people come into town. Today we have some special guests who helped put that event together, the class of 1984. Did I say it right? 1984? 1989, not 1881, the class of 1984. We would like to thank the people who helped put these opportunities together for many, many of their classmates. And so we have in the room today with us Mrs. Cindy Harrell. Do you mind standing when I say your name, please? Yep, stand, yeah, oh yeah. Cindy Harrell, yep. Philip Kipp, if I say your last name, please correct me, Philip Kipp, yep. Lisa Coakley Miller? No, Kanoki, okay, I'm sorry. Tracy Stevenson Olson, yeah, thank you. Rick Weisner? Okay, Weisner. And Tammy Weisner. Yeah. Woo. And of course, Mr. Chris Wagner. Miss. I'm sorry, I'm looking here. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Chris, I'm so sorry. Well, again, we would like to thank you all so much. I'm looking right at the Mr. Weisner, and then you leaned over. I'm so sorry. Forgive me, Chris. I know, and so I was going to say something about that. So it is very important to know that one of my assistants, who helps me dearly in the office of superintendent, Mrs. Michelle Shope, is also the class of 1984. And when she shared that with me, I was like, "What?" And she was like, "Yes." And I was like, "What?" And she was like, "Yes." And so we went back and forth a little bit. Also, one of my friends from the city, Jeffrey McAllister, was also class of 1984. We knew each other from many years and whatnot. And so just seeing those connections within the city, and I guess all roads lead back to Beloit. Me and Miss Olson used to work back in the city was together, and so it was weird seeing your name on the sheet there. I was like, what is going on here? So again, thank you all so much for what you did for your class. And again, every year we want to try to make this a part of our homecoming opportunities as well, because we know every year there's a class being recognized before homecoming. Although you wasn't the guest class, you were a part of the events and stuff. So thank you so much for your dedication to the school district of Beloit, and thank you for coming back.
We do have a check.
Oh,
So we have a 50-50 raffle.
I did not know that.
To raise $600.
Oh.
Not a huge amount, but we'd like to give it to Miss Peltz for the high school. It's written out to Beloit Memorial.
Thank you. That's nice.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming out tonight. I appreciate all of you being here and your continued dedication and generosity. It really means a lot, especially today. Thank you. That brings us to public comment. Ms. Shope, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. The first one is from Juan, and he had Paige and Amy, who also yielded their time for him.
Okay. Speakers will be announced to and invited to the podium by the board secretary. Each person will be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak. Should the individual require translation assistance, a translator may be of the individual's choosing or one provided by the district. Public comments requiring translation will be given 6 minutes. An individual's 3 minutes may be yielded to another individual. An individual may speak on behalf of a group, however, no more than 2 other people may yield their time to any one speaker. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and orderly meeting and to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Signage, banners, or other materials which impedes any person's view of the proceedings shall be relocated. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for a speaker is prohibited. Concerns or questions that entail the disclosure of identifying information regarding specific students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice or agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you for your participation and courtesy.
Thank you. Yeah. Good evening. My name is Juan Romero. I'm a proud parent of a student currently attending Fruzen Middle School, and he rides on one of our school buses. As a parent and taxpayer, as well as in the efforts of transparency, I have a few questions and concerns regarding the EV bus situation I'd like to make aware. I was wondering if there's a vote to apply for the EV rebates in the beginning. Who made the decision to partner with Highland Electric? Did the school district have a say-so in that? Were there any other companies that could do the same thing that Highland can? Was there a proper bidding process? Was the public even aware of the bidding process if there was? Mr. Harrison from Highland mentioned that they were operating the largest EV system in Maryland. Have we as a district taken the time to see how it's working for them? I've been reading about issues with delivery. I can provide sources upon request if needed. In my experience in dealing with the project management as a fiber optic planner, I have had to deal with vendors failing to deliver on time. And just asking, does the district have any contingencies in place that would cover any costs that we might have to incur? Anything in place to hold a vendor accountable to delivery times? In my opinion, there should be something in place that states that the district should be paid a certain amount if delivery is not made and promised by certain times. Also, on the other side of the coin, of course, there has to be certain criteria that would need to be met that would constitute a missed deadline. Honestly, I am skeptical as to the ability for Highland to deliver the buses in a timely manner. Should anything happen and we need to get diesel buses again, it seems that Durham putting themselves in a predicament should something happen with the EV buses that would have any of that cost be floated over to the district to assist Durham in acquiring diesel buses, since they plan to scrap 25 diesel buses from the existing fleet with this EV initiative? Or can they hold on to them for a while to ensure the venture is gonna pan out? Exactly how much will each bus cost Highland to acquire? How much per charging station? How many charging stations are we talking about? Can multiple buses charge off the same one? In the effort of complete transparency, I'd just like to know if any of this is public information that we as the general public can find out. What can we find out for the amount of actual savings the district will actually incur? Mr. Hankins had the correct question when he asked about the savings. The response from Mr. Kloss was that, quote, EV costs more to operate at this current time. In the effort of clear transparency, there's talk about savings in diesel costs. But if it is more expensive to run EV, how can we really be sure we will be saving? According to Ryder Trucking, they did an experiment with their fleets in many model numbers and different ranges from truck sizes, and one of their conclusions was that it is indeed more costly to run an all-EV fleet than diesel at this time due to the newness of technology. As far as I know, of this district, there's not an overabundance of cash flow to justify a risk or of an endeavor like this
from my point of view at this time. I know as a taxpayer, I would have an issue with raising taxes because of misinformation due to someone's lack of due diligence. How much acreage is required for this venture? Are McNeil and the vacant lot across Biddle Street the only viable options the district has to choose from? It seems a little off that a company would come in and ask a client to purchase land to acquire for them to operate out of. How much would we actually be saving should we acquire this land of this depot and depot office space for Durham? McNeil could be better off sold as profit and used to fund more staff or pay debt. I know from the 5,000-foot view of things, it might seem like a savings to have no rent fee charged to the district and some type of savings for monthly fuel costs, which could, in essence, be offset by EV charges in the contract anyway. But if things are looked at more closely and more skeptically, there could be some avenues of flaw that would really hinder the district. For example, I do know that in order for a power company to provide service to a piece of property, they have to ensure that they're accounting for the amount of draw that the piece of property is going to be using. If the draw is higher than what the current infrastructure is allowing for, most power companies will put added costs of upgrading the current systems in the contract and pass it along to the project owner, which in this case would be Highland. What I'm hoping is that they already know that and that they know that most utility entities will always look for ways to upgrade their current systems and at the cost of the customer when possible. It happens all the time in commercial builds, and even homeowners, when they have new homes, have to incur costs for upgrades. They will tell you where their nearest high point is, and it will suffice the amount of power that is needed from that point. Then they'll calculate the infrastructure from that tie point to the property that will need to be installed or upgraded. I'm wondering if of the two sites being recommended, if it's because it's easier to be there specifically, or is it really the only areas that are viable? If we are to provide property space to go forward with no rent, what kind of liability was the district as an owner of a property be under regarding anyone getting hurt on property or something going wrong on the site? Those are some of the things I'm wondering if they have been taken into consideration. I understand the green and of no emissions, and I do agree it would definitely help the environment, but at what cost? The cost of the safety of our kids could be at risk by joining this venture at this point in time. Yes, the EPA will provide buses via rebates, but then what? Should things go south, Durham will incur costs as stated by Mr. Claus in the meeting on September 3rd. However, it's hard to believe that some of those costs wouldn't be pushed to the district to absorb. I personally would rather have my taxpayer dollars be used to provide a safe environment for our kids to allot for a more gainful learning environment free of nuisances or unsafe actions. On this note, with everything being discussed and all the time and energy spent in researching and meetings regarding the EV issue, I'm very appalled to see that this took precedence over school safety, which within the first 2 weeks of the school year, there was a couple of severe incidents regarding staff and student injury. It could have been avoided with the proper setups and security. I'm angry that so much time has been used for this EV initiative, and I seriously question if anyone had taken this much time to research what can be done to help our children at safer schools. For example, studies show that a clear backpacks would really do help and reduce chances of weapons and drugs entering the schools at any grade level. I'm wondering if anyone had taken the time to research federal grants for student safety equipment that were available at the time they chose to research the EV initiative. Just a quick web search of federal grants for the student safety, I pulled up a site called schoolsafety.gov, and they had many grants that are now closed for application. Were any of these looked at back then? They may have been open to an opportunity to apply that could have been taken for that. I want to remind the board that the board's mission statement is to have a commitment to excellence. And that on the mission statement webpage, it clearly states we're always committed to supporting our students, the family, and staff. We're here for you, and we are stronger together. So far, from what I've seen and heard from the forums of parents, the board's not holding themselves accountable to this statement. I want to point out this is a prime opportunity to do the due diligence and support our students and staff, because that in turn will support our community and bring us all together. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ricardo. Thank you.
Speaking to the mic.
Good evening, Dr. Garrison and board members. My name is Ricardo Romero, and I am an 8th grade student at Fruzen. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the hard time me and other students are having because of behavior problems every single day in our classrooms. Fights are also happening at my school, too. The disruptions and disrespectful behavior my teachers have to put up with is every day and every period, and it's affecting me and other students that are there to learn. The only time this was not a big problem was when our science teacher, Mr. Noon, was at Fruzen, but he left, and now it's really bad for all my periods. I'm not here to judge any other students, but I'm here to ask the board to please do something to help this stop. I'm in school to take advantage of all that I can to learn, but it's not fair that me and and other students have to literally sit at our desks so frustrated just watching our teachers get disrespected and suffer with and suffer with the everyday bad behavior. Our teachers can't even teach everything they have to teach us because the students will not allow the lessons to go on. I want the board to know how hard my teachers work to try to help us learn, and they are awesome teachers who care. It's sad to see this every single day. It's making school so frustrating for so many students and teachers. I have ADHD, and it takes a lot of hard work to keep my focus and stay on task, even in a quiet and calm classroom. But when the disruptions start, which is every day and every period, it's so hard. I've left school feeling so frustrated so many times. I'm also enrolled at Career Tech after school, and just a few weeks ago, because of bad behavior and fighting, we had to be held after the bell rang to get order. Because of this, I was late getting to Career Tech. My being on time is being monitored there, so this was not a good mark for me. I want to learn as much as I can at Career Tech, and when I'm late, I'm missing out on important lessons. Students and teachers do not deserve to go through this every single day. I've talked to my parents about my frustration, and my parents have suggested withdrawing me and putting me back into homeschool or online school. But I want to have real teachers instead of online teachers. Please find a better way to get the behavior problems and fighting under control. Whatever your rules are for bad behavior and disruptions, it's not working. Thank you for listening to me tonight.
Thank you, Ricardo. Were there any other?
There are no others.
No online submissions? Thank you. That brings us to the student board report.
Good evening, everybody. First, I would like to say happy belated Nationals Board Week to you guys. And for everybody who doesn't know me, my name is Anaya Arroyo, and I will be giving my student board report of this month. First, I will start off with my perspective. I feel that this month has been better than last month. Homecoming was such a fun time for everyone. The pep assembly and parade was awesome. My favorite part was being able to see all the elementary kids waiting with their candy bags for candy. Student concerns. From my knowledge, there were no student concerns that were brought to my attention this month, which I think is a really good thing. I know last month I talked about the concern students had regarding their safety, and I know the administration and staff team at BMHS have been working hard to ensure us that they are doing everything they can to make sure we are safe. Next, I have sport recognition. Which this month I did highlight girls tennis and girls volleyball. I was able to talk to Mrs. Michaels, who was the coach for girls tennis. The first question was, how did you feel about the season? She said, the girls' season was very exciting. We had a lot of new players out and some amazing returning players who really stepped up as leaders on and off the court. The team bonded really well together, which always makes for a fun season. We had some great wins as individual players and also double teams. Our one doubles team of Abby Middleton and Gabby Martinez, both seniors, and their first year playing together as a double team, made it to the sectional tournament. We haven't had anyone from the girls' team make it to sectionals in several years. Next question, what were you most excited about this season? She said, I was very excited for our new players that joined us this year. They have all worked really hard this season and they are excited to keep going. My goal is to help students learn to enjoy a lifelong sport and to be more active in school. The next question was, what motivates you to be a coach? She said, I really enjoy being a coach because of the time I get to spend with students outside of the classroom. The players put in a lot of work and have so much growth from the start of the season to the end. And I get to see this, especially with my players that play for more than one season. Like I said before, I enjoyed helping students learn a sport that they can play their entire life, and I like seeing their excitement when they achieve their goals. And then the last question for her was any other comments she would like to add. And she said, I look forward to having students play all winter and to prepare for the boys season in the spring. Next, I have girls volleyball, which I had the opportunity to speak to Coach Gamble. First question, how did you feel about the season? She said, this season has been very exciting. We've been more competitive in tough matches that we've ever been. It has been a very fun season with the girls. We are record as 12 out of 22, with many of those losses being very competitive losses, pushing 3 sets or even pushing to 5 sets in tough matches. We have won our last 3 home games, beating both Madison La Follette and Madison East in 3-set sweeps. Last week, Tuesday, we beat Elkhorn for a conference in a 5-set thriller, winning the last set at 17-15. The next question, what were you most excited about this season? She said, to see the growth in the girls over the years, to see the way they have developed in the last 3 to 4 years, and even over the season, and just how enjoyable it's been. It is very exciting to see that personal and team growth. The next question, what motivates you to be a coach? She said, I am motivated for a lot of reasons. First, I have love for the game, but most importantly, the relationship I've been building with the girls and just being able to see them grow and develop as young women, but also as athletes is the most exciting and what motivates me the most. And then I asked any other comments she would like to add, and she said, I would like to acknowledge how proud I am of our team and our girls. I feel that we have battled and have overcome adversity, and I think they have a lot of grit. I am just really excited to see not only what they do the rest of the season, but what they are able to do in the future. Next, I have student and staff highlights. The first student was Alani. I just met this young lady, and we just started having a conversation at lunch. She was very respectful, genuine, and kind. She is a new student who transferred to our district, and I felt that she was very warm. She was a very warm, welcoming soul. I think she will be a very great leader and a great asset to our district. The next student was Enoch. I have seen so much growth from this young man this year. He is a great student athlete. I see him growing into the young man I know he can be, and I am super proud of him. Next, we have Dr. Burrow, who will be one of the staff highlights. This staff member said, Dr. Burrow is an absolute rock star. She has taken on extra roles this year and has done an amazing job. She continues to excel at what she has always done and so much more. She is a true example of what a leader should be and the exact type of role model our students need. Her love and compassion shine in all that she does, and every student is better for it. Next, we have another staff member who wanted to talk about Dr. B, and they said, Dr. B is a woman of steel. She might bend, but she does not break. She does the things that you might think you will need 4 to 5 people for. She is more than just an administrator. She is a great friend, listener, and mentor. Next, we have Mrs. Snow. And this staff member wrote, she is very kind, caring, and she always has a positive attitude along with a lot of patience. She is a light for many students and staff. Thank you for all you do, Mrs. Snow. And last but not least, I have program highlights. The first program was French Club. I would like to recognize the French Club and Mrs. Muir. All the students in the club have always been very polite and respectful when I see them. Whenever they are doing a fundraiser and delivering, they are very genuine and very caring. They are very respectful and care about the staff. Last, I have Craftsmen with Character program. This program allows young individuals a variety different and in-depth experiences with many of our industry and business partners. Students spend 2 weeks at each rotation learning, watching, and doing different industry-related skills in that field. On Fridays, students come together to debrief and talk about the week's experiences and how building character and create confidence within themselves. It is a growing program that helps reach out to our youth to show and educate the possibilities that surround them in their community. And that is it for my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our first item under board action discussion items is band equipment donation. The purpose is to ask for an approval of the band equipment donation. The background is last week, Fremont Middle School donated 30 used band instruments to the district. We received 9 woodwinds, 14 brass, and 7 percussion instruments for an estimated $14,000 donation. These instruments will help support our growing 5th grade music program. And Kelly Groverwood, the Director of Instructional Leadership and STEAM.
Good evening. You pretty much said what I was going to say. No, that's perfect. Yep, so Fremont Middle School in Mundelein, Illinois made us a donation of used instruments. Their board did approve the donation on September 23rd, and so we're just formally asking for acceptance of that donation because it is over the $1,000 that's stated in our policy.
Thank you, Dr. Groverwood. Is there a motion for approval of accepting the band equipment donation totaling approximately $14,000?
So moved.
Second.
Motion was by Greg Schneider, seconded by Amy Levy to approve the acceptance of the band equipment donation totaling approximately $14,000. Any discussion? Board Clerk Hankins?
More of a question. How did Mundelein get a hold of us? Number 2, speaking of band donations, as I toured McNeil School, there's a bunch of used band equipment in that school. Is that accounted for, and is that being used?
Yes, so to answer your first question, their band director reached out to our 5th grade band director. They know each other professionally, right? So it was a nice networked connection there. They know that our program is growing, and so they had instruments they were getting ready to get rid of, and they offered them to us, which I think is extremely generous of them. To the question of McNeil, yes, so those instruments are accounted for. Over the last year, we have really worked hard to develop an inventory for our musical instruments. They are the ones that are usable are barcoded, and they are in our library system called Destiny. The instruments that are at McNeil are instrumental teachers actually spent yesterday over at McNeil, and they sorted them. There are some that we will be keeping. Many of them are badly damaged. The ones that are at McNeil are badly damaged or unusable. We've asked for them to be evaluated for repair. Many of them just cannot be repaired. It's just not cost effective. So we are looking at recycling those instruments and trying to recoup some money for the district at this point.
Okay, well, then that ties into, are we presently buying new equipment?
We bought new instruments last year to support our middle school students because we had a very large increase in band students last year. So we used some ESSER funding to buy new instruments for our middle school students. The middle school instruments, the excess middle school instruments were cycled down, and they are supporting our 5th grade band program, which continues to grow. It's got over 100 students in it right now.
Okay, I just want to make sure that
Yep, we are working.
we have all these used instruments that they're being utilized and/or shelved or whatever the term is. And I know Mr. Bricko has told me that they're trying to get that all under control. So when they do have a requisition for something, that we go there first.
Correct. Yep. So that is our current practice. So we have been working very hard to get anything that's usable out of that building and into our other school buildings, and we have a record now of everything that we own that's usable.
That's great. Thank you.
Megan Miller, your hand is up.
Sorry about that. Hi. Yes, thank you so much. Mr. Hankins stole my question about Mundelein, so thank you for asking. I was wondering, is it possible for us to, as a gesture of thank you, maybe would there be a way for us to do some sort of collaborative band thing with Mundelein at some point? I just think what a beautiful opportunity to network, and I just wanted to both say thank you and throw that out there. That's a great asset to the district. A good connection to keep.
I will follow up with our 5th grade band director and ask him that question. We did send a letter of thanks for their generosity, but I will follow up with that question with our 5th grade band director.
Thank you so much. And Board President Johnson, I'm not able to take my hand down, but I'll work on it in a second.
Okay, okay, thank you. Anyone else? Oh, go ahead.
Just like to say thank you to the Fremont School District, in Mundelein, Illinois. One of the things that we pride ourselves in is, of course, having conversations across, in this case, state line. And we wanted to just say thank you for their generous generosity.
Thank you, and I think this is an incredible opportunity for our students, and really appreciate the generosity of others. People that know me personally know that if I can have something secondhand, that is my preferred way of having something. I'm sorry, what was that? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That brings us to the second good news for the night. The Dix Foundation's Sports Matter Program Grant Award. The purpose of this item is to ask for an approval of the Dix Foundation Sports Matter Program Grant. The Beloit Memorial High School Athletic Department has been awarded a $10,000 grant, which will be invested directly into our student athlete community via tools to assist in holistic development. And the background is through grants and other support, the Dix Foundation Sports Matter Program helps under-resourced 501c3 organizations, schools, and community teams across all 50 states provide opportunities for youth to play sports. And Dr. Garrison?
So we'd like to thank, of course, the athletic director, Mr. Daniel Gratz, for working with getting this grant solidified, of course, to our high school, as well, high school team, Mrs. Pels. Regardless of who helped get it done, I will say, one of the things that we pride ourselves in is making sure that when it does get done, we want to make sure we put some thanks out there into the room. And so this $10,000 grant was presented to us at our homecoming opportunities last week. And so they came, Dick's Sporting Goods came and, presented the check to us. It was well received in the crowd. Hopefully everyone knows that these gifts that we receive, of course, go right back to working with our students. And so I would like to thank the Dick's Sporting Goods, of course, and the WIA, who came out to support this conversation last week at our PEP assembly last week Friday. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the $10,000 grant award from the Dix Foundation Sports Matter Program awarded to the BMHS Athletic Department?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Amy Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, thank you, Board Member Miller. Motion carries unanimously. Our next item is our monthly financials. The purpose of this is to review and approve the August 2024 monthly financial activity, the background information. This is the monthly report of revenues, expenditures, fund balance, cash and investment status, and monthly purchasing commitments between $50,000 and $999,099. And the attachments are available online under this agenda item. Mr. Chady.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. So here this evening, we'll give you an update on the monthly financial activity for the month of August here of 2024. And I'll preface this, August was a rather lackluster month. There's lots of activity that happens in the business office in August, though when it comes down to revenues and receipts for the current year, it's kind of a blasé month. So we'll kind of walk through some of that here real quick. The monthly financial activity report I kind of laid out a little bit different so that we can scroll through some of these items a bit easier. We'll start by taking a look at our monthly summary report. And you can see that here for those viewing along at home. I'll blow it up a little bit with hopes that that's beneficial to you as well. So looking at our revenues and expenses for the month of August, you could see revenues of just over $175,000, expenses just under $3.8 million. Some of you are probably eye-opening at that and wondering, is that normal? And in fact, it is pretty normal. Just looking across the top, General Fund, Fund 10 had revenues of less than $70,000, expenses of about $3.5 million. So our outflows there for the month of August reflect expenses exceeding revenues by $3.5 million. And you can see going down the page, no revenues for special education in the month of August, over $100,000 in expenses, and thus the outflows are in the red there as well. The one area where we actually, and honestly, the largest source of revenue, which is a bit odd, happened to fall in Fund 50, our food service fund, where we received $75,000 in revenue, largely as a result of our participation in the summer food service program and submitting those claims from July and getting that receipted back. Though even in Fund 50, our food service programs, our expenses still exceeded our revenues by almost $20,000. So bottom line, across the board, revenues $175,000 and change, expenses just under $3.8 million. So we operate with outflows of 3.6. Some would consider that a deficit. If you want to call that on a monthly basis, we can. Next up, we'll take a look at our cash and investment report, and this is a reflection of where the district has assets on deposit. You can see the financial institution listed there, the interest rate for the month of August. In the current year columns, there's the end of the current month. Total investments, $21.6 million. End of the prior month, which would have been July, $22.7 million. So you could see our assets or our investments were down about $1.1 million. And then there's also a column to the far right that reflects the previous year end of the current month. So that then would be a comparison between the middle column at 21.6 and last year at the same point in time, just over $26 million. Looking down at the very bottom of the page, we talk a little bit about our cash liquidity, and this comes into play with regards to, do we have sufficient resources to make our day-to-day cash flow needs for both payroll and accounts payable and other purposes? And I've been calculating that out onto a daily number, and that number would reflect the approximate number of days that we could operate without receiving any additional cash in. So here at the end of August, we had 42 days of cash liquidity. At the end of July, it was at 49. End of August of last year, it was 49. And board members may recall, you've seen this number over the past, 4 to 6 months. I think we've had it as high as in the low 70s. And kind of down low too. So that number just changes on a daily, monthly basis. Any questions on monthly summary or cash in investment before I continue on? Hearing none, I'll do just that. So monthly purchasing commitments, current board policy as linked here provides that any purchases or commitments made in the amount of $50,000 to $100,000 need to be disclosed to the board. The business office is not aware of any purchase orders or other commitments entered into during August of '24 that fell within that policy. So now we'll talk a little bit about some of the activity that occurred, and I'll pull up the pages. Yeah, we've got revenues here. We're not going to spend a lot of time on revenues because there's only $175,000 worth of revenues to talk about. And I did note that I highlighted the incorrect column here. I highlighted the fiscal year to date. It should actually be the column to the left. Just some reporting changes with regards to the preliminary budget and how we had to reconfigure some things to get the numbers out of Skyward, and I just grabbed the wrong column. But looking at Fund 10, the general fund, again, total revenues, $69,368. The vast majority of that was driven by our interest on investments, the interest earned on our assets on deposit, and that generated $56,388.14 in interest earnings. But keep in mind that that interest earnings was also bolstered by a $2.5 million draw that we did at the end of June for cash flow purposes. So having those assets then in our bank and available for it, we were able to earn interest on it, but that then helps bolster the interest earnings amounts. And honest to goodness, as we look through the rest of the revenues, there's really not much there to report on. Though if a board member has any questions, I'd be more than happy to address those. So I'll pause on the revenues. Mr. Hankins.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chady, go back to something I don't know about because we learned about, I think it's OPED or these funds that were available for retiring teachers. And we didn't know where the 4 point whatever million dollars were. I didn't think where that money was held at, and there was going to be some investigation how we can use that. And maybe that's on something to come. I'm just wondering where that money is shown on interest income.
So it's not shown on, well, it is to a degree. So we'll come back to Fund 73 within the revenues, and that would, what you'll see in Fund 73 is the interest earnings, $10,322 interest earnings in the month of August. But the best reflection as to how much is on deposit there would be our two lines here on the cash and investment report. One being this OPEB Trust Fund 73, which shows, can't highlight that, but 2.5 million. And then this other OPEB Trust, so one account is held at First Mid Bank and Trust. The other account is held at Associated Bank, and the one at Associated Bank is just over 2 million. So currently about 4.5 million between those two accounts held in our OPEB trust. Don't ask why there was two accounts. The OPEB fund, Fund 73, was established back in 2013. There were two accounts that were created at the time of establishment and continued thereafter. So,
is that district money though? Or was that state funded, or how did that work? The OPEB monies itself.
Right. I'm trying to think of the best way to answer this question for you. Is it district money? Technically, it is now no longer. It is the assets of the OPEB trust, which the school district of Beloit administers. However, those resources, when they cease to have a need, which we may have either crossed that hump or we will in about 2 weeks period of time. The last beneficiary in the OPEB trust, that individual's benefits are due to expire this month. So when the liability is no more, there is provisions in the trust agreement that the assets can be returned to the district. There's pros and cons about how, where, and when to do that.
And I know that's to come in the future, I'm sure. But my question is, where did that money originate? Was that district money, or did it come from the state, or both?
Yeah, thank you for the follow-up question. Apologies for missing question 2 there. I guess technically it's district money, but really it's both, right? Because if you think about it, 80% or so of the district's funded through the equalization general aid, which is really state resources coming to the district. That hasn't changed in the school district of Beloit probably in a number of years. So, but even the equalization aid coming from the state or other state categorical aid coming to us then becomes district funds and assets. And then the decision was made to help set these monies aside to pay for those retirement benefits that were anticipated at the time.
And I'm sorry, but was that a district decision or is that a state decision for all districts?
That was a school board decision that sat at that time.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Chady at this moment?
All right, we'll tackle some of the revenues real quick as well. Again, kind of a lackluster month, but we'll talk through some of these. Let me just scroll down to page 4. We'll begin with the end in mind with regards to our general fund. So our general fund expense for the month of August had just under $3.6 million, $3,587,029.91. And then we'll talk a little bit about what some of the driving factors of that are. We'll scroll back to page 1, which is our salaries, wages, et cetera. We had $1,233,000 in salary wage compensation paid in the month of August. Comparison, look over to the right. In August of 23, that value was $904,638, so an increase of about $300,000. And many people would wonder, why is that? It's because the month of August here in 2024 had 3 payrolls instead of 2 the year prior. So that would explain that increase. And that same number of payrolls will apply in both Fund 27 and Fund 50 as well. The other real big driver of expenses in August in Fund 10 is our purchase services. $1,670,000 in purchase services, about $400,000 more than it was last year. And I kind of perused through the various line items to identify the why that was. And the why that was is up here in Object 329, which is our cleaning services. You can see here in August of 24, we had $474,000 in cleaning services, whereas in August of 23, we were only billed for $140 by HES, so they were just kind of a bit late in their billing, and that just kind of explains the variance there. Jumping down and taking a look at Fund 27. Again, just over $100,000 in expenses here in our special education fund. Salaries accounted for just under $56,500 of that as compared to just under $38,500 prior year. Again, same number, 3 payrolls instead of 2 in the prior year. Employee benefits expenses, same type of instance there, $16,352 as compared to $10,771 from last year. And then real quick, we'll talk about Fund 50, our food service fund. Again, $14,877 in salary or wages as compared to $9,930 in the year prior. And again, that additional payroll comes into play. When we look down at the very last page of the report, you'll see monthly expenses, $3,787,000 here in August of 24 as compared to $3,174,000 in August of 23. Make sure I get my years right. A growth of about $600,000, but again, the lion's share of that increase was driven by the 3rd payroll in August of 23. Any questions on expenses? Okay, we'll take a quick look at our fund balance information as well. So this is displayed on the page as well. You could see here, really, we're going to look at our general fund balance at the very top of the page, where at the beginning of August, we had a general fund balance of $8,961,000 as compared to an ending fund balance of $5,443,000. So a decline in fund balance by $3,517,000. And I just want to jump back to the monthly summary report, and up here at the very top, you'll see that same $3,517,000 to explain why that fund balance was reduced. You also, on the fund balance report to the far left, is the fund balance at the beginning of the fiscal year, so reflective as of 7/1 of '24. And the two columns to the right provide beginning and ending fund balance for the same reporting period, though the year prior, the 23-24 school year, if you wanted to do comparisons in those regards. That's all I've got, but I'd be more than happy to answer any questions with regards to August financials.
Board Clerk Hankins?
Mr. Shady, we talked about fund balance, and the goal, I've heard somewhere along the line, is to keep X percent of our revenue in fund balance and carry that. Is that that's a district goal, right? To what that number may or may not be, or we try to keep that goal, or do we report that? Do we report that goal? And the second part of that is, obviously, the ebbs and flows of your checking account goes crazy certain days, certain, like you just said, months are different. So when you look at your fund balance, you as a businessman, finance person, you kind of look at a snapshot 2 or 3 times a year and say, okay, where are we at?
So let me answer question number 2, and then I'll try to remember to come back and get question number 1 for you. So to be honest, we look at our cash investments on a daily basis. It's been a practice of mine for a decade. One of the first things I do when I walk in the office in the morning is I log into our online bank and I take a look at what our cash assets are on deposit. We record that in a chart. That way we can check and see. And it's just a great practice if you see a sudden decrease that you weren't anticipating, that's a question. So we don't really look at fund balance per se. You know, from an accounting perspective, over the course of a year, we may look at fund balance 6 or 8 times. Really comes more into play at fiscal year end. Though at the same token, I did look at fund balance with respect to our debt service, our Fund 39 referendum approved debt this afternoon, and was working through a calculation with regards to that for our budget purposes. So with regards to question number 1, speaking about the percentage, is it a district policy? Yes, it's more of a board policy. So the school board has policy that deals with fund balance, and that policy, I believe, calls for an 18% minimum. We're far from that. If I had to do the calculation today, I would venture to guess that we're probably in the 10 or 11% range. So we need to work on reestablishing or building up fund balance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Thank you much.
Can I get a motion to approve the August 2024 monthly financial statements as presented in the board materials?
So moved.
Seconded?
Motion by Board Member Greg Schneider, seconded by Board Treasurer Brian Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Our next agenda item district goals. The purpose of this district item at the October 1st meeting, discussion of district goals, it was approved that the district will prioritize staff and retention and bring back a goal informed by staff input at the October 15th meeting. And as we're getting those, the number 4 up, Vice President Brian Nichols, your hand is up.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. I move approval of the 24-25 district goal number 4, which states the district will have a 20% reduction in staff resignations in the 24-25 school year.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, the motion, Ms. Shope, is to approve the district will have a 20% reduction in staff resignations in the 24-25 school year. Is that correct? Was that what?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Board Member Megan Miller?
Thank you so much. So yeah, the discussion we had last time, I think the spirit of that was to make sure that this goal is both measurable and achievable. So my thinking on this would be, since Dr. Garrison, and I'd actually love to hear from him too, since I think part of that directive was for him to reach out to staff and get some feedback. I would like to hear if we could maybe just take the 20% out until we get feedback from staff, so that the administration could look at the viability of what the staff requests are, and then come up with a metric that they believe is both measurable and achievable. I'm not against having the goal. I'm happy to support a goal in staff retention. I want to make sure, and I think there was a public comment to this effect last time, that these are SMART goals. And I just don't know that we've heard the information or have had the opportunity yet to get the information to make sure that this is something that is both measurable and achievable. So in conclusion, I'm happy to vote for maybe a modified version of this, where we maybe move to approve the staff retention goal. And then I think Mr. Hankins brought up last time, I can't remember if it was him or not, maybe he could come back then and say, here is my action plan, and that's where that kind of metric would be. So those are some thoughts I'm just trying to capture, what we discussed last time. And also, if it's okay with you, Board President Johnson, if at some point we could hear a report from Dr. Garrison on what the status is on that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Amy Levy.
Thank you. So just a couple quick things. Under the first goal 4, improve teacher retention, I noticed that of new hires for their first 3 years, we currently have a mentor program for all new teachers, and I believe, someone please correct me if I'm wrong, that that's for their first year of teaching. And so I'm wondering, do we have an estimated cost for what implementing this goal would be if we're extending that beyond what I believe is the first year, but could be different, to 3 years for all of our first year teachers? So that's my first question. And then my second one, under the third goal 4, competitive compensation. For anyone who doesn't have this in front of them, the specific portion says increase teacher salaries to be competitive with neighboring districts by implementing a salary raise using CPI as the standard. In the action plan, is the intent to say how we believe that could happen outside of a past referendum? I just don't want to set us up where we have financial constraints, but we have this goal that I would love to be able to achieve. but is the intent to craft the action plan under that goal in the absence of a past referendum? So those are my two questions, please.
Thank you.
I can start. I can start the question.
Who would answer the question, the cost of the mentoring issue?
So there's a mentoring grant that we have that we participate in from a district perspective. I don't know the total cost of it, so that's be something that we need to get back to you on. As it pertains to the thought and the goal, without a past referendum, some of this from the compensation conversation would be very hard to do in our school district with our financial challenges. And so the precipice of this thought would be if we were to, of course, move forward with a past referendum and or a referendum question that could support something like this, we would be able to attain that thought. And Mrs. Almendarez is there to assist too.
So we currently have a mentor-mentee program for our first-year teachers, and subsequently we call them buddies, and it's part of a DPI requirement for all new teachers. So we're currently working on that. The goal would be to make sure that we extend the mentorship beyond the buddy stage.
So I guess just to reiterate my question, one, is that covered by a grant? I wasn't aware of that. I think that's wonderful. And two, do we have some, and we don't have to have it in this moment, but if we could have the cost projections of the cost to meet this goal, to extend that first year buddy or mentoring situation to the first 3 years, that would be helpful.
Yes, it is under Title II, and I will get those totals for the board.
Thank you. Ms. Levy, were all of your answers or your questions answered then?
They were. Thank you for checking.
Thank you, Mrs. Almendarez. Any other questions or discussion? Board Clerk Hankins?
Yeah, I just want to way back to, and Mrs. Miller said something. I agree with having goals, and sometimes we don't attain goals and find the reasons for there. And I know 20% is a huge mark, but maybe we should set the bar there, and if we don't, we don't. And then going back to what you said about action plan, which I believe Mrs. Levy brought up, and I do think that a lot of this could be in the action plan that is developed after these goals are passed. And then we worked with administration to figure out, okay, how do we get there? And then we review it in a year, and if we didn't get there, the reasons why we didn't. But having goals, sometimes I agree with you that they should be measurable and achievable, but we don't know unless we try. So I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Miller, is your hand up again?
It is, yes.
Okay.
I apologize for
No
earlier.
problem.
My computer sort of froze out of nowhere. Okay, so yes, thank you so much. Mr. Hankins, when I was a classroom teacher at Beloit in B205, I had a big poster in my room that said, shoot for the moon, and if you miss, you'll land among the stars. So 100% same page in alignment with your thinking there. Here's my concern, though. We are holding staff accountable every year for their EE, their educator effectiveness, to set SMART goals called SLOs, student learning outcomes. And so in addition to the work, their day-to-day work, right, teachers are tasked, tasked with collecting data on student outcomes to improve performance and are held accountable in their EE as to whether they have successfully achieved those. So in also the spirit of staff retention, I mean, it would be nice if we held ourselves to that same standard. So I believe we can honor what you just said, and absolutely, like, we need to aim high. And I would never, ever, ever disagree with, let's get the expectation as high as it can reasonably go, right? Because that's how growth is produced, right? Also, I think if we are going to require something of our teachers, I think the board could maybe adhere to that same kind of like level of expectation, which is why I'm just thinking, could we set that metric based on what's reasonable after maybe that more of that data has been collected?
Any other questions or discussion? Dr. Garrison?
Thank you. So one of the things that I think the board had asked me to do was to kind of gather some feedback from the staff. We did look back at our perception score rate from last year, and I also sent out a survey to the staff over this past week. Knowing that this Monday was our professional learning day, I thought it would be a great time for staff to provide some feedback on that date. We did receive some information back from that survey as well. You know, when you're thinking about retention and retention conversations, and naturally there's a lot of things that goes into that. One of the things I think we saw consistently was staff pay throughout both of the conversations. And with that being stated, you know, staff pay is something that I believe that we would love to, you know, like board members have mentioned, love to attain. We know that we do have these financial obligations that we have to look at that just a little bit differently as we work our way through our financial stability. We did, of course, put 3 other thoughts to that idea. One, we want to retain who we have. We want to recruit, of course, and then of course we want to pay our staff a competitive salary. And so we did put some other thoughts to ways in which we could possibly improve our conversation with retention. Again, yes, there is space for us to get more feedback from our staff as well. This was just a crack at it over the past, 2 weeks. However, I do believe it'll be very important for me to get more feedback from the staff as it pertains to just staff feedback in this area. With that being stated, again, that's kind of how we built out the 3 specific opportunities within the goal. I know the goal states 20%. I thought we shot for 10 instead. That was the suggestion that we put in. However, again, if the board, moves forward with the 20%, these 3 action opportunities that we have here could possibly support us, reaching that goal overall. I will say that there's a lot of different factors that goes into staff staying with us. Of course, culture and climate is one. Of course, teacher retention is one. Of course, staff pay is one. But there's a lot of other factors that goes into this conversation especially when you start thinking about, why staff choose a different school district to work in. With that being stated, of course, we have to look at our exit interviews and that exit interview data to determine more information from that space alone. And so that's kind of where I am right now. I don't want to take up much more of the board's time in this. If the board wants to, move forward with this, it is my responsibility at that point, of course, to, keep moving our overall how we get it done forward as well in the district.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Any other board members wishing to discuss or ask any clarifying questions? Hearing none, the motion is on the floor by Brian Nichols, seconded by Brian Anderson, to approve the district goal. The district will have a 20% reduction in staff resignations in the 24-25 school year. Ms. Shope, can we get a roll call, please?
Sure. Megan Miller?
I'm going to vote nay, but only because I think that we need to be accountable to the same standards we hold our teachers to.
Tom Hankins?
Aye.
Brian Anderson?
Aye.
Brian Nichols?
Aye.
Amy Levy?
Nay, and the reason for that is just with our uncertain financial situation, I think tying a 20% decrease when we may need to do layoffs like we are seeing on our HR recommendations for this evening, I think that can pose a real challenge, and I'm not sure that that's realistic.
Craig Schneider?
I'm going to vote nay. Again, it's looking at that 20%. I'm all in agreement with reduction in staff resignation. I think the 20% may be unreasonable for the first year of a strong effort moving in this way. And if we're setting that, I think that we need to hold ourselves accountable for making sure that if we don't make it, that then we deal with it the same way that our teachers are required to do it.
Thank you, Board Member Schneider. I would like to remind the board that during vote time, it's yay or nay or no. If you'd like to weigh in during discussion, you're more than welcome to during discussion time.
Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried, 4-3.
Thank you, Ms. Schopp. That brings us to item 6E, Board Consultant. The purpose of this item is to discuss retaining a consultant to the Board of Education as presented in Policy 144, which reads, "In order to pursue its educational mission and also to protect the public's financial investment in the schools, the Board of Education will from time to time engage the services of qualified professional consultants to provide new insights and ideas for dealing with especially difficult problems and to provide special services which present staff are unable to provide. The kinds of assistance sought from consultants may include, but will not be limited to, conducting fact-finding studies, surveys, and research, providing counsel or services requiring special expertise, and assisting the board in developing policy and program recommendations. The superintendent of school or designee will establish an efficient working relationship between the consultant and the board and/or staff members." And I will just want to make a note that this is consulting for the board, not for the administration, and it is not legal consultation. As board president, I am dedicated and motivated to move the school district of Beloit forward. I also strive to be a solutions-oriented leader, and to do that, very honestly, I think we have a perception issue with our community in the eyes of our constituents. It's sometimes been said that perception is reality until proven otherwise, and for as much as my scientific mind disagrees with perception is reality, as the board president over the past several months, it's been a reality that we do have a perception problem in our community and that we should try to change. Some of the problems we are currently facing include the budget issue that we're in. The 3 failed referendums in the past 18 months have resulted in significant budget cuts in the district that is going to have a negative impact. We have declining enrollments. The district is down about 90 students from last year's count. And if you want to compare that to Beloit Turner, OLA has increased by about 20 students. The Lincoln Academy continues to grow. They've added another grade level. Another concern is the student achievement scores. Roughly 3/4 of the students in the district did not meet grade level standards in English language arts, math, or science on statewide forward exams during the 23-24 school year. About 2/3 of the students fell short of grade level standards in social studies. And this was all reported, WCLO reported this. And I'm really hopeful that our DPI report card scores will be better. This is unfortunately what currently is being reported to the public. It doesn't put a positive spin on the teaching and learning that's happening in our schools. We also have the issue of teacher retention. We started the school year with over 20 vacant teaching positions. At one point, we had more than 35. Yesterday, we were at 24 open positions. Our students deserve better and need consistency, and we need to work on having a better climate and environment for our educators. Yes, some are leaving because of money. I don't think most of them are. I think most of them are leaving because of the lack of support. Just as the student reported out today, I mean, when we have students from our middle school coming to report to the Board of Education that there are behavior issues and they're having difficulties learning, we need to listen. The anecdotal information that comes from our staff is that student discipline and concerns and behavior issues are significant. It's stressors to their lives that they shouldn't have to burden, and it's interfering with their work, their purpose to educate our students, to help our students grow and develop, to be our future community leaders, future community citizens. All of this, in my opinion, the district and we, the board, we need to make improvements. And yes, there is urgency to this. And I say there is urgency to this, but this has been years in the making. It's not just brand new, okay, it's urgent now. This is something that has been ongoing, and I believe that we need to do something different. We need to make a change. For these reasons, I asked Dr. Kim Earhart, a local educational expert, to help us look at this whole situation, all of our crises that we have going on simultaneously with a fresh set of eyes. I believe we can only benefit from his help, and given our financial situation, he has generously volunteered to donate the first 60 days of his work with us. I see this as a win-win opportunity. I don't see a lot of other people jumping up saying, I would like to donate 2 months' time to the school district of Beloit. It would be really nice, but I don't see it happening. I believe this is important as we all strive to reach our district vision of preparing and inspiring each student to succeed in life and contribute to an ever-changing world, our very own vision. If this is our vision, let's follow through with it. Let's keep going. Let's do something different. We, as a board, need to work diligently, and I believe having a board consultant will help us hold ourselves accountable, help us grow, help us develop, help us with board development, help us with having good planning for our goals and our action plans. I have discussed with Dr. Earhart some of my concerns and invited him to be here tonight if any board members have any questions. And I have sent you all the information that I have on his background and what he believes he can bring to our board as board consultant. Are there any questions or discussion? Ms. Miller.
Thank you so much. So a couple of things. Board President Johnson, it's wonderful that we're prioritizing all of the things that you just delineated. I'm really honestly taken aback by this entire situation. One of which reason which Board Member Levy pointed out earlier, while I think it would have been wonderful for you to come with an agenda item to say, hey, like, let's talk about the possibility of doing this, and then we could, as a board action, say, yes, let's move forward in this direction. Going out and providing us a contract barely 24 hours before the meeting that we had no prior knowledge of is, it feels destabilizing. There is a meta-analysis of what boards can do to be effective in terms of how we and our work can impact student achievement. And part of that, of those recommendations, is not what's happening here. So I'm just, that's a whole thing, but we can talk about that later. I wanted to, and I did share this with you privately in the email because I didn't want to contribute to any kind of a potential walking quorum. But if we look at an analysis of the forward exam data that's been released, and I appreciate you noting that we don't even have the report cards yet in totality. Excuse me. First of all, Beloit increased just shy of 4% behind the state average in terms of that same rate of growth. The parameters changed. Ms. Moratek was kind enough to share the memo from DPI with all of us last week. And we went from 14% meeting the prior year to this year 22.2% meeting. And while that is still not a number that we're probably super excited about because, you know, we want to see it get better and better, we have seen year-over-year growth, which has been delineated also in the strategic plan. I'm a fan also of scientific thinking, and I think a big part of that is to endeavor to have a root cause analysis. And if you look at, and I'm happy to share this data with anybody, if you break down all 9 school districts in Rock County, which include Edgerton, Beloit, Clinton, Janesville, Milton, Beloit, Turner, Parkview, Evansville, and the Lincoln Academy, and you disaggregate by highest percentage of students who are English language learners and highest percentage of economically disadvantaged students according to the data provided by DPI, the 4 school districts that had the lowest forward exam data are in order ours, followed next by the Lincoln Academy is next lowest, followed by Clinton, followed by Janesville. That's just looking at ELA, because that's all I had time to look at. That's the exact same order of school districts that have the highest percentage of students who have a language barrier, right, who get ELL services. Same order, Beloit, the Lincoln Academy, Clinton, and Janesville. The highest percentage of economically disadvantaged students, Beloit, Janesville, the Lincoln Academy, and Beloit Turner. So that's enough right there to say there are some trends here. And as I tried to express in my email just to you, Board President Johnson, and I'll just share with the group, collective efficacy is a real thing. It's something that I don't believe that there are barriers that cannot be overcome by a school district and certainly by a classroom teacher. But in order to do so, we need the resources. And so I'm disturbed a bit, but also reluctant to then, and I appreciate so much the generosity of the donation, but to enter into another ultimately paid contract with somebody to do the work that we have staff who are equipped, staff that are equipped to do this work, as evidenced by those academic growth factors. Until we have a root cause analysis of, and we got a little bit with that enrollment study from last year, which largely had to do with housing, if I recall, as the largest determining factor. We can't definitively take action without that root cause analysis showing what the causal relationships are. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't try to do better, and I don't think I really disagree with anything that you said. I don't understand why this is the direction we're going in. I would much rather have a conversation about how we can better work with the existing resources we have in the district to align around improving the outcomes we'd like to see. So thanks for enduring my long-winded kind of data report here. And I'll just conclude now. Thank you so much by saying that I'm happy to have this broader discussion about addressing those issues, but I'm not interested at this time at all in moving forward with any kind of a consultant at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I did get your email, and I saw you did point out that there was an increase comparative to last year, but as you just stated yourself, the DPI did change their parameters.
And we are on pace with the state. That's why I made that comment, because while they did change their parameters, we grew at the same rate just about that the state did.
Thank you. Board Member Amy Levy.
Thank you so much. So in attempting to honor you requesting that we explain our vote during discussion and not during the actual vote, I have a question and a concern. So I'll start with my question. How does this potential agreement impact the work that we have done? And it was my understanding that we had planned to continue to work with Bob Butler with WASB with respect to board governance.
Yes, we will still have the board governance meeting, I believe, was that the 14th of November. Bob Butler will be here.
Okay, and then the thing that I am uncomfortable with, I appreciate your willingness to work on behalf of the board, but that seems most appropriate to me when the board has given you direction on how we would like for you to act on our behalf. And I'm very uncomfortable with you having meetings and slating tentative contracts, and the board, to my knowledge, has no knowledge of this happening. I'm confused as to why we're not, and so grateful for the donation of the 60 days. That is very generous, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. But I'm wondering why there was no RFP process for a new consultant to work with the board while there wasn't consultation with the board to see what direction we wanted to move in. I'm just very uncomfortable with you making decisions for the board without the board's input. And so for all of those reasons that I just outlined, this is not something, I think that this is premature at best, and I am not able to support this at this time.
Thank you, and I am bringing this to the board for a board vote. This is something that I believe is in the best interest of the board. The level of dysfunctionality and some of the issues that we have been working with, I believe having a local person who is a little bit closer than the WSB consultants would help us. Dr. Earhart has worked in the Janesville school districts. He's been in Rock County for decades and is very familiar with educational issues in the southern Wisconsin area.
And if I may just really quickly, do we have an idea? I'm not out of order. I just had a follow-up question, which I'm asking the board president if I could ask.
I will allow it.
Thank you so much, Board President Johnson. Do we have an idea if this extends past the 60 days, what that cost would be to the board to continue? That is information that I think that we should have before we move forward.
Thank you. Brian Nichols?
Thank you, Board President Johnson. Well, first of all, I guess I'm a little surprised that, you know, we've basically been gifted a 60-day period from a professional who's been very successful in a high school district just up the road. They probably wish he was still there, and he's offered his services to us for 60 days. You know, I don't know that we need to get, you know, 70 days down the road and 90 days a road. Let's worry about the nasty now and now that needs help. And, you know, one of the things that we heard tonight from a young student is that we still have discipline issues at a school. And hopefully that would be part of Dr. Earhart's help, is that he can help us maybe try to get a bit of a handle on that before it gets any worse. I see it as a win-win for this district. I don't see it as a lose-lose. I don't see it as a, whatever the mindset is. If somebody would have came to me in my career and offered this for 60 days, I would have jumped. So I think it's a win-win that we need to go for.
Thank you. Board Member Greg Schneider.
Again, I cannot support this, this item, not because of the help that we would get, but again, it is one member of the board going out and seeking action on behalf of the board without the board's approval, that I believe is then means overstepping the bounds of one individual on the board. The fact that we just received the information in order to even become aware of and begin to look at this doesn't give, again, the board time to review and to look at all what's entailed and to come up with this. I think it's premature at this point, and for that reason, I cannot support it.
Thank you, Greg Schneider. A little bit of background. A week ago, Sunday or Monday, I received an email, an unsolicited email from Dr. Earhart explaining that he was an educational consultant. And as I read it, I thought, oh, this would probably be an email that I should forward to either our pupil services or our teaching, learning, and equity departments, in which cases I usually would, but there was a statement that he said he understood our financial situation and was willing to provide this service for free, and that put a red flag up. And I responded to the email and said, I would like to meet with you first, because who provides services for free? I was not going to send him to our administrators wasting their time thinking, okay, here's some kook just throwing out some weird services or something like that. I met with him and had an interesting conversation with him. Yes, we have competent people in our administration, but as I talked to him, I realized he has a breadth that could serve us board members. And at the end of the conversation, I said, you know what? As an educational consultant, I think you would be best to serve us as a board consultant, not pupil services, not TLE, not any other department, but we as a board need guidance, direction, and his years, decades of expertise, I believe, could serve us well. Board Clerk Tom Hankins.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Epper, for stepping forward. We're going into a land of the unknown, and I know everybody's a little hesitant. As we all are humans, we don't like change. And as I think through it, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I do, as a Beloiter forever, I know that you can talk about perceptions, reality, but I know the narrative of our school district is not good in the city of Beloit, in our district. You can slice it up the way you want, any way you want, but that's the truth. Is it the truth or is it just perception? Well, there's probably some of both, but it started somewhere long ago, in the last 20 years, I would say. But anyways, it is not something that is just talked about. It is. People leave the district because their neighbor told them don't go to Beloit schools because of the situation we just heard today. You're new moving in. Oh, go to Turner, go to Lincoln Academy. Don't go to Beloit. There's too much going on, and that's just the narrative, and it's the truth. I can say it because I live here. I breathe it. I shop here. I hear it all the time. I don't get in my car and drive away at the end of the day. I live here. I can say it, and I can say it with honor because I know it's the truth. Nobody has to tell me any different. So getting forward to, I just don't know what this looks like, Board President Johnson, with this help to our board. I do agree as a new board member that we're having trouble organizing what we want to. I know we're making goals now, but I do think we need some outside help into I mean, I ran on a platform of student achievement and getting our open enrollment numbers back on our side. I think the board needs help corralling in what we're doing, because I know we deal with issues that come up and that happens. Where brush fires that come up and things that fall into our laps, and as administration brings forward, and that we're dealing with it. I understand that. I would love to have someone to help us, coach us, to keep us pointed, the board pointed in the right direction. So at the end of the school year, we can look at the things that we talked about when we do talk about it, and get us some outsider, but not outside. He knows what I assume he knows what he's talking about, and to help us, keep us organized so that our agendas are set up that, yes, we're dealing with the day-to-day, week-to-week, but we're also keeping focused on the end run of the student achievement. So I'm very open to it. I just don't know what it looks like. This is, I know you're just presenting it. I don't know if that means another board meeting, or is this a roundtable talk, or is this before a meeting, after a meeting? During, I just, if you guys, if you have any knowledge of how this would look like if we do take this under. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to weigh in anything?
Yeah, I'll just say, I think, to some of the points, we do have, some fantastic educators, and this doesn't take away from that. This is to help the board gather its thoughts and act from a board perspective. This isn't a jab in any way on administration or staff. For example, I've had one-on-one conversations with Dr. Garrison and Ms. Moratek, and honestly, maybe I don't know what I don't know, right? And I don't know if am I asking the right questions? And so I think, this is a board development tool. And after the first meeting, if we don't like what Dr. Earhart has to say, we're not obligated to do anything, right? We can say, hey, thanks for coming. We appreciate it. Have a good day. Obviously, it would take another vote if we want to go past the 60-day window and actually spend some money. So not knowing what that looks like doesn't scare me, because we're not looking to take action on day 61. We're only looking for this first 60-day window. So I think the only thing at risk is some of our board time and effort in trying to learn from the experience from Dr. Earhart. And if we can take a few pieces away from it, we'll be better off. Worst case scenario, we don't, and we're no worse off. So for that, I'll be supporting it.
Board Member Miller?
Thank you very much. So a couple of things. We do have an RFP policy that I don't know that we're following in this case. I believe it's policy 672.1. So that's one thing to consider. We might, certainly, again, lots of gratitude for the offer. Very impressive background. Like, there's nothing to do with the person in question. We need to do things right. And I don't know how else to express that. So, like, we've had different board leadership in the past several years, and under different board leadership, and I believe that our current board leadership is also capable of producing growth. We have seen year-over-year growth now for like 3 years. There are factors that should not be excuses by any means, but there are factors outside of our control, such as, the housing issue that impact enrollment numbers and things like that. I would be fully supportive of engaging in some sort of root cause analysis. I think that because there are because there are factors outside of just the district, maybe this is something that the county or the city at least might already be undertaking in its own research. I think that's a great idea. And let's take what those root causes are and use that to inform our decision making. Again, my concern is there's a scarcity of everybody's time and ability to do this work. We haven't even heard from Dr. Garrison and how this may potentially affect his work, because while I see what you're saying that this is a board thing, WASB's recommendation of the cohesive governance model is that we are a 7+1 leadership team, right? Like we're a leadership team of 8. Dr. Garrison is the bridge between the board and the district. The board is the bridge between the community and the district, right? And we all have to work cohesively together. I would love to hear his input, if that's all right. And, last thought here, in addition to the concern about not following our own RFP policy, acting outside of the board policies that dictate what our roles and powers even are as a board, there's a total redundancy of services here while we're trying to be fiscally conservative. So I understand, Board Member Anderson, what you're saying. We're biting off the first 60 days and we can go from there. But time is money. So we're going to have a whole meeting with Mr. Butler, which I'm very much looking forward to. And while I'm sure we'd have equally wonderful experiences here, what is the opportunity cost of that time when we already have been given advice, counsel, we have WASB professional development opportunities, things have worked. And while there is a narrative, to a point, you can't make decisions based on the narrative. If somebody tells me that I should take essential oils instead of, treating a disease that requires medication, I'm not going to, just the perception of, I'm not going to actually take that to a point where it's going to cause harm. And my worry here is that we're kind of on this slippery slope of, to what extent do we as a board allow perception to dictate the realities of the decisions that we make? So if we could just, again, ground ourselves in, we've seen year over year growth. We have seen a lot of evidence of improvement, and I have absolute total faith in all 7 of us, plus Dr. Garrison and his team, that we will continue to see that growth, as evidenced by much of what we've even heard in committee and in the board agenda this evening. This seems reactive and unnecessary. And again, I don't want to be ungrateful, but I just can't support this.
Thank you, Board Member Miller. Just so you know, I did run this by Rob, and yes, this is in my authority to do and to bring to you as a board for a board approval. I did not violate any of our policies, and if you would like, I can forward the email that he sent me. I'm more than happy to send that on to you. Any other board questions before I give Dr. Garrison an opportunity? Oh, go ahead, Tom Hankins.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back. What in your mind does this look like? If this gets approved tonight, then where do we go with Dr. Eberhardt? Or haven't you got that far?
Oh, thank you. I would request a special board meeting for us to meet with him and all of us discuss what we're looking for, what our expectations are, what his expectations are. And then from there, I imagine most of it will be him coming to some board meetings as he can. He does teach at UW Whitewater, so I know he doesn't have unlimited time. And so conversations one-on-one with board members, if anybody has specific questions or guidance, or and sometimes just saying, okay, am I asking the right questions? Are we asking the right questions? And Dr. Eberhardt is here tonight. I don't know if he would like to come to the podium or not, but we can also invite him up as well. Anything else?
Well, it's just presuming that this does get approved, just a notion for Dr. Eberhardt, and I'm sure to get us started, maybe he would submit to us as individuals what we would like for him to do for us individually on paper, so he can have some kind of ground where we stand on it. And if they write down, we don't want you helping us at all, at least you'll have some kind of advance notice. But that's presuming, so I'll just, he heard me, so thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Garrison.
The board has, collective commitments that it brought to the table, back in 2022. One of the things that the board has to, continuously, work on, and I believe, in my humble opinion, is how it wants to govern itself. One of the things that my responsibility in this is to, like you said, kind of be an in-between in the conversation. I can only, work when, of course, there's a collective agreement for me to move in that direction. Here lately, it has been one of the things that has given me some challenges. I want to make sure that I'm meeting the goals of the board, but I also want to make sure that my voice is being heard very clearly when I state the board has to figure out a way in which it wants to govern itself in these conversations, because we don't want the public to perceive that we may not be in agreement. And if we are not in agreement, we're looking at our collective commitments. Are we following those to the best of our abilities so that we can continue to move forward? My hopes is, again, that when we have these conversations openly, that we can have a dialogue in which all voices are heard, and we can come to a rational agreement around what we can do. It is my humble belief that the more the school district comes together, and that starts not just at the board level, but at the administrative level, at the teacher level, at the student level, the more we come together, the better we will be as a school district. Just like you heard from the young man talking about some of the challenges that he had this morning, this evening, sorry. You also heard in happenstance the same conversation from our high school students saying that things had gotten better. And so you have these opportunities in which we are constantly hearing about ourselves and what we can do better, and that's part of the joy of being in education. That is part of the joy in being in education, because as soon as you think you've made it, or if we've arrived, guess what happens? You gotta flip that pendulum back over and start all over again, because that's continuous improvement. And what I'm struggling with is, again, if we're gonna make decisions and we're gonna work together, then it has to include, all the voices that needs to be included in the conversation so that we can make the best possible decision to move forward. Again, as a district administrator, it is my responsibility to try to bring us all together, and I will continue to work to do that. But again, the board has to determine how it wants to govern itself, because it is not my responsibility to tell you, 7 of you, of course, exactly what I want every single time, because that's not how it's supposed to work. And it's actually the reciprocal of that same thought towards me. You all can't always tell me exactly what you want, because we have to have that conversation. And when we're having that conversation and we're working together, then those opportunities actually come to fruition actually better and faster. And so once the school board, the administration, and the teachers all are on the same page, what you have is a high successful school district. Those are the 3 pillars of every successful school district. When the school board, administration, and the teachers are all working together, I truly believe you have a high successful school district. And that is where we will continue to move towards in all of our efforts, in all of my efforts, and especially being the day-to-day overseer of the school district. And so that's partly what I wanted to share in this conversation. Of course, the board has a decision it needs to make as you decide on Dr. Earhart's, my apologies, Dr. Earhart's services.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? Yes.
I'd like to move to approve drafting a 60-day contract with Dr. Earhart pending approval from legal to retain his services for board consultation.
May I offer a friendly amendment?
It's not been seconded yet. So, oh, you did? I'm sorry, I did not hear you. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion by Brian Anderson and a second by Brian Nichols. Ms. Miller?
Thank you. Would it be possible to take action on this after it's been vetted by legal?
So the motion is for a draft contract to be approved by legal. As I mentioned earlier, I've already spoken to Rob, and I'm more than happy to forward you his email saying that this is something completely within my purview as board president, and for us as a board to move forward collectively.
May I ask one follow-up question?
Please.
Thank you. Just to get some clarification on expectations, sort of in the spirit of what Mr. Hankins' questions were around, we haven't thus far followed our own policy for board development. We haven't done our not the school perceptions, or maybe it's the company name. We haven't done the survey where we evaluate our own self-review, et cetera, et cetera. Is engaging in this work, is that part of the package in your mind, Board President Johnson, of engaging in this work is this our point where we're actually going to commence doing that policy-driven work that we've already committed to doing that has not been done yet?
Sure, a couple of points there. We had a board evaluation in, was it March or April? And one of the exciting things about Dr. Earhart is he was actually on the team that developed the CISA 6 DAPES model. So he is very familiar with evaluations and can help us as a board in evaluating the process of evaluating our administrator, but also helping us evaluate ourselves. Board Member Amy Levy.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, I don't think we can really count the board assessment we did in the spring, because I know I completed it, but there was a later email that said only one board member completed that. So we never received results. So I wouldn't count that as a board self-evaluation.
Thank you. There is a motion by Brian.
Point of clarification, could I get the motion repeated because I didn't get it all down?
Certainly.
Yeah, I move to approve drafting a 60-day contract with Dr. Earhart, pending approval from legal, to retain his services for board consultation.
Just the beginning part again.
Move to approve drafting a 60-day contract
Okay. Do you ever say with whom?
with Dr. Earhart.
Okay. Is it EHRA?
You know, both my sisters were state spelling bee. Thank you.
It is EHRHARDT.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Got it?
Okay, so I just want to make sure I have the right motion. To move approval of drafting a 60-day contract with Dr. Earhart pending approval by legal to retain his services.
For 60 days.
I had that.
For board, and the end of that is for board consultation, just to be clear that it's
To
board.
retain his services for board consultation.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
And when you're ready, can we get a roll call, please?
Board, I'm not sure if you saw my hand was raised.
No, I did not. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify what portion of that needs to be vetted by legal?
Just, I would prefer having new contracts go through legal.
Thanks for that clarification.
And if you disagree and don't think that we need to do that, we can look at the contract ourselves, but I think that it's a wise decision, any contract that we're starting fresh.
No. I just wanted clarification what needed to be vetted because, again, just to reiterate, this is at no cost to the district. These are volunteer services for the first 60 days.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
But a contract is a contract. And if I can have a pair of legal eyes on it, I would much rather us be safe than sorry. And nothing against Dr. Earhart at all, but I believe that it's part of our duty to protect the district in all ways possible. Can we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Nay.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Nay.
Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried 4-3.
Thank you. That brings us to the consent agenda. I would like to request that we remove items B as in boy, C as in cat, D as in dog. Are there any other board members that would like to have items removed? Board Member Levy.
Thank you so much. Items H through K and item N, please.
Okay, any other board members? So we will be moving the consent agenda E, F, G, L, and M.
No, I'm sorry, maybe I would like H through K.
Right.
Oh,
So the items remaining on the consent agenda are E, F, G, L, and M.
thank you so much. I thought you said removing, but you said remaining. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll move approval of those items.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Brian Anderson, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So item B, the meeting minutes of October 1st, Ms. Shope, where it says table talks, she suggested limiting the number of people. I did not suggest limiting the number of people. I suggested limiting the number of presentations. And then items C and D, both of those were Mondays, not Tuesdays. Okay. Any other issues with B, C, or D? Okay, that brings, oh, go
My
ahead.
hand is raised. Thank you so much. If we could just separate item C and D, both of those are expulsion hearings, and I chose not to participate because I don't want to violate our resolution where we would have an IHO. So if we could separate those out so I can abstain because I did not participate in those meetings.
Okay,
I'll move approval of item B as amended.
Second.
approval of item B as amended by Brian Anderson, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Ms. Levy?
Oh, is there a reason you're calling my name? Oh, my apologies.
No problem. Okay, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item C and D, is there a motion?
I move approval item C and D, noting the amendments that those are on a Monday.
Second.
Oops, sorry, by Brian Anderson, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Oh, I'm abstaining.
Oh,
because
I'm sorry, thank
no
you.
No worries.
Any abstentions?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Okay, item H.
Actually, if you don't mind, if we could do N and then H through K, unless there are any objections. Those are the remaining policies that I pulled, or items that I pulled.
Do any board members have any objections to that order?
I think we should start at, the alphabet starts at A and ends in Z, so I think we should keep in that order.
Oh, okay,
Board President,
Yeah.
I have a question.
go ahead.
On a point of order, and going back to Mrs. Levy, when she pulled off the two to abstain on, did we vote for both of those at the same time, or should they have been done? She said, I'd like to pull them off individually. And I'm just asking,
We
did we put them together then, again?
we did put those two together
Okay.
because those were.
I understand they were for the same reasons.
Yeah.
Okay, I just thought
Okay.
maybe. Thank you.
I would just like to push back gently, just because my concerns with H through K, if we review N first, it'll make more sense. So if the board would indulge me in doing N and then H through K, I would appreciate that.
Okay, are there any objections to moving N before H? Okay, then we will discuss item N, policy 672.1, purchasing bidding requirements for the second reading.
Thank you. First of all, this isn't the second reading. This is the first reading because in the September 17th regular meeting, minutes that were approved on October 1st, item D stated to move approval of returning policy 672.1, purchasing/bidding requirements, back to the policy committee with the other policies in the set, including policy 673 and other relevant policies. That motion was approved by the board again on September 17th. And so when 672.1, the board instructed that go back to the policy committee. And again, I'll repeat, to be reviewed with the policies in that set, including 673 and other relevant policies. When it came back to the policy committee, the chair decided not to follow the instructions from the board. And so we just reviewed that single policy again. And so I am concerned that the policy chair is not following the directive of the board. And so I would request that we try this again and move policy 672.1 back to the policy committee so it can be reviewed in the set with other relevant policies.
Thank you. Anyone else?
So the reason that we moved it forward, Board Member Levy, is that the administration said they could not be ready to do the other policies that are in the 672 series or 674 or 673. So Dr. Garrison and I had a conversation. I said, well, we'll just go ahead and move with 672.1 for tonight, and we will pick up the other ones for the November meeting on the 6th of November, I believe it is. So,
If I may, again, my concern is that the board gave a directive for the policy committee, and that was not followed. And I understand if the administration wasn't ready for the next meeting to move forward, then I think we still should have followed the directive from the board and reviewed those as a policy set. So I would like to hear from my board colleagues of, are they okay with the policy committee not adhering to a board directive?
Board Clerk Tom Hankins?
Yeah, I wish Dr. Garrison, when he comes back in, he could address this somewhat, because I do remember him saying in this conversation that there are times that to go ahead and do not the whole set at one time when it constitutes that. And I believe this was said in relationship to exactly what we're talking about right now at the last board member meeting or policy meeting. But I do remember him saying that there are times we don't need to do the whole set at one time. But he should be here. I know he's out in the hallway.
Okay. While we're waiting for him, Board Member Megan Miller.
Thank you so much. I would like to echo Mr. Hankins. Thank you so much. I would also love to hear that explanation and some input as well from Dr. Garrison. So thank you so much for bringing that up. To directly answer Ms. Levy's question, I think it's important that as a high-functioning board, we adhere to the directives that the board gives. And while sometimes that means we need to give the administration time to do what it needs to do to be fully prepared, and I certainly understand the eagerness to move business forward, it seems appropriate that we would, uphold. There was a reason we all voted that way, and I think we should uphold that, and I'm happy to wait till the following meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Hankins, Dr. Garrison has returned. Would you like to repeat your question?
Well, actually, let's go back prior step. And I just commented on what I thought I heard Dr. Garrison say, but I don't want to mix up what I was trying to say that I thought I heard Dr. Garrison say about it is appropriate at times not to have to review a whole set at the same time, that we can go through certain points and move them forward without the other points in that set. I thought I heard him say that at the last, I think it was a policy meeting or a board meeting. I'm sorry, but I do remember him saying it.
So I don't recall the exact statement, but I can tell you, like, sometimes, like, when we did a reconfiguration, certain things had to come up from a policy perspective that we had to take a look at. There will be times where policies come up that we have to address, and sometimes they fall in sets. Well, actually, all the policies fall in sets. So, but the way we review all of the policies can come, in different ways, and the cadence have been since I've been here that we review all of them in sets. However, there's times where we haven't done that, and so as we set the agendas, board chair and I, we have our discussion around what we believe should be on the agenda, and that's move forward. And at that point, I have to work with the board. No problem.
Was that it? Okay. Board Member Greg Schneider.
Okay, again, all committees are committees of the board and are therefore subject to the directions of the board. And since the board made the decision that they would be all reviewed as a set, that is the mandate of the board, and that is something that the committee then needs to follow, or any committee needs to follow the board directives.
Thank you. Dr. Garrison?
Yes. So, are we talking about the previous board? And I did step out. Sure. 672. Thank you. So the board directive, as I understand it, was for it to be reviewed in sets. Is that what we're talking about? Okay. I just want to make
Board
sure.
President Johnson, would it be helpful if I read the motion that the board approved, and maybe that would just reset us all on what specifically we're discussing?
But sure, but before you do, Dr. Garrison, were you done?
So, yes, I mean, as long as that's what we're talking about, I just want to make sure I'm level setting my thoughts.
Thank you. Go ahead, Board Member Amy Levy.
Thank you so much. So just to get everyone on the same page, so on the September 17th regular meeting, Policy 672.1 appeared on the consent agenda for a first reading. The board moved to approve returning Policy 672.1, purchasing/bidding requirements, back to the policy committee with the other policies in the set, including Policy 673 and other relevant policies. So we never had a first reading of that policy because it was pulled, and the board gave the committee a directive to review this as a set. When it came back to policy, it wasn't presented as a set. It was the same thing we saw at the regular board meeting, and here we are.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. Vice President Nichols, your conversation with was it Dr. Garrison or Bob Chady regarding this, was that after the 17th?
Yes.
Okay, okay,
It was in preparation for tonight.
okay, okay. Okay, so it sounds like.
Can I finish?
Please, please.
Sure. Dr. Garrison called and said that, Mr. Chady, with all that's going on in the finance department, that they could not get to look at the other 672 policies or 673 or even 674 until maybe November. So Dr. Garrison and I continued conversation, and I said, well, I think we should just move 672-1, and we'll pick up the other 672s and 673 and 674 at the November meeting. Here we are.
Okay, I would entertain a motion then so we can move forward.
I move that we move forward with approving 672.1 as it's written.
Just for clarification, if I may, it's listed as a second reading. This would be the first reading.
Is there a second?
Mrs. Shup, do you concur with that? Okay, thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. There is a motion for approval of 672.1, purchase bidding requirements as a first reading by Brian Nichols, seconded by Brian Anderson. Any discussion? Board Clerk Tom Hankins.
Yeah, just so, I don't know if we put a caveat in there, just so we don't go through this in 2 weeks, that we are just going to vote on that, not as a set, just that one policy with number. So it's duly noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Levy.
Thank you. I just wanted to request a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Sure thing. Ms. Shope, any other board members before we do a roll call vote? Ms. Shope, when you're ready.
Megan Miller,
Nay?
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Greg Schneider,
Nay.
Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried 4-3.
Thank you. That brings us to item 7H, 533, employee recruiting / hiring, first reading.
Thank you. It was unclear to me why a special policy meeting was called for last evening. We addressed H through K at our normal policy meeting. So it was my understanding it was set to appear on this evening's consent agenda. And instead of, if there were edits or questions, pulling it from the consent agenda so we could all be in the loop of what those changes are, there was a special meeting last night. And I'm not sure if everyone is aware of what changes were made since the regularly scheduled October policy meeting. So if our policy chair could walk us through what changes were made to policies listed H through K, that would be really helpful.
Certainly. Policy Chair Brian Nichols.
So, policy 533, the only change we made was we struck, the 4 was struck through, so it's down on the second line. Everything is in the policy as we approved it last night.
I'm so sorry, could you repeat what was stricken through on 533?
When approving recommendations was struck through, it actually struck through the 4. Do you see the 4 on the policy?
So could you read it as it will appear as corrected, please?
It will be the Board of Education has the responsibility for employing all employees in the district.
And just to confirm, that was the only change made to policy 533?
The biggest change that we separated them into the 4 policies instead of merging them into one.
Okay, so is there a reason that the rules were not rolled into the main policy? And then just to confirm, that was the only other change to 533?
Yes. After further consideration, I see the policies as easier to follow and easier to find something with the rules. I'm sure that's why they were implemented way before me. And it's if you're looking for something that is about hiring, let me see. Well, I mean, if you just look at the titles of the rules, they give you a more specific target than if you had everything ruled into Rule 533. And that decision was made last night by a majority of the committee.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, there is that minor change in 533 as it appears, and then the decision to separate out rules 1, 2, and 3 instead of using the header and including that content in the main policy of 533. Were those the only changes last night?
No, and we eliminated the 4th paragraph on Rule 533, Rule 3. 533, Rule 3.
And was that an administration recommendation, or that came from the policy committee?
That came from the policy committee.
So just one final point, just to give an explanation. I actually don't support the changes. I think that the way we have been doing policy to make it streamlined, to use that main policy and use what had been rules as header, so everything is found in one convenient location, because of the potentiality for a staff or community member to read the main policy and not search out those additional rules. So for those reasons, I wouldn't support separating those out. But I do appreciate your explanation, since those changes were made so close to the meeting date.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. I appreciate your input. I appreciate your past service as the policy chair. I just happen to disagree, and that's how I feel. Thank you.
Board Member Megan Miller.
Thank you so much. A previous member of a former policy committee. I just wanted to speak to your comment, Chair Nichols, regarding the reason for the rules. And I can't quite come up with the exact one, but I do have a vague recollection that there was sort of an antiquated system of coding policy, and that administration had requested several years ago that we start to streamline. And so, total respect for your difference of opinion and feelings on the matter. I just wanted to offer that clarity that, my opinion would be, people who have to live in the day-to-day policy, or I'd rather defer to their preference, but definitely appreciate what you're saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 533, policy 533, policy 533 Rule 1, policy 533-2, and 533 Rule 3 as is attached to the agenda to the second reading.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Brian Nichols and a second by Tom Hankins to approve 533, Rule 1, 2, and 3 as presented on the agenda. Ms. Shope, do you have any questions about the motion?
No.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Shope, can we get a roll call on this, please?
Sure. You second. Megan Miller.
Nay.
Tom Hankins.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
Aye.
Brian Nichols.
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Nay.
Craig Schneider.
Nay.
And Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried 4-3.
Thank you. That brings us to future meeting dates. On Tuesday, October 22nd at 5 p.m. and 7 p.m., we have a special board meeting. Two special board meetings for expulsion hearings. On Monday, October 28th at 6 p.m., we have a special board meeting, the budget presentation. On Wednesday, October 30th at 6 p.m., we have a special board meeting, the annual budget adoption. On Tuesday, November 5th at 5 p.m., we have a business operations and finance committee meeting. On Tuesday, November 5th at 6 p.m., we have the regular board meeting. On Wednesday, November 6th at 5:30, we have a policy committee meeting. And on Thursday, November 7th at 5 p.m., we have a special board meeting with our legislators. Woohoo! Our next item is the HR Committee Report, Employment Recommendations, Exhibit A and B. Are there any open session questions regarding Exhibit A or B from board members? Are there any closed session questions for Exhibit A or B? Ms. Levy?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any open session questions for item C, request for additional special education para FTEs? Go ahead.
Dr. Garrison, so these new hires that for paras, okay, sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Beavers?
Good evening, Eric Weir, Director of Special Education and Student Services.
Missy Beavers, Executive Director of Pupil Services.
So we're here asking for approval for some additional special education paraprofessional FTE based on student enrollment coming into the district after the school year started. If you can take a look at the chart right here, I worked to kind of break down. We have 12-ish students that have moved in at our elementary buildings since, well, and middle school buildings since the start of the school year. All of these students have transferred into our district with paraprofessional needs in their IEPs. We're coming at this point because our teams, as part of the process of adopting a transfer student in, they take time, get to know the student, review the needs that the student is coming in with in the IEP, compare them to our programming and level of supports that we have here in our district. Oftentimes we find that we are able to offer more supports than other districts may have had the luxury of offering. And so they don't always necessarily need to adopt verbatim what comes in the IEP. But we do have students that have continued to need some additional adult support outlined in their IEPs. And so those teams did include those minutes. You can see the breakdown of the minutes, and I did put just kind of an overview of the general needs that the students are also needing that support for. So when we work to calculate para needs in an IEP, it's going to state a student needs X amount of minutes per day for whatever it is, supervision, cueing, personal cares, behavior management, self-regulation, etc. One para educator in our district works a total of 450 minutes a day. That's 7.5 hours in a day. And so to calculate that need, we essentially take the total number of para minutes that we need, divide it by 450 to get the number of FTE that we essentially are going to need per building. So in terms of this request, we've had an additional 3,610 minutes of adult support need per day for these students that have transferred in. If we do that calculation, that comes out to 8.77. Obviously, we can't divide people, so we round up. And so we are asking for an additional 9 para FTE to support our student needs. I did include the cost breakdown, so on average, it's roughly $56,000 annually for a para, so the additional 9 FTE would cost approximately $504,000. And so the recommendation, due to increased number of students moving into our district with paraeducator support, we're asking for the additional 9.0 para FTE to be allocated to the following buildings based upon their student need. And so it would be Robinson would get 2, Fruzen 2, Hackett 3, Todd 1, and Merrill 1. The additional need at Gaston can be covered by staff currently at the building.
Thank you. Vice President Nichols?
Thank you, Eric. Good presentation. So I'm assuming the reason Hackett changed from 4 to 3 is that the new hire that we're going to approve tonight picks up the 4th spot. Is that true?
No, these would be paraeducator.
Right, you said additional needs is 4 at Hackett.
3.
3.
For, on the,
They had
Oh,
4
I see.
students.
They had 4
transferring.
students transferring.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. No,
Okay.
that's,
Okay.
the charts look similar.
Okay, well then, next question is the one that we approved, that we're going to approve tonight, is not included in the 3? That's, okay.
Nope, that's current FTE
Okay.
that they're recruiting
Good.
for.
Well, obviously, we need to do this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Garrison and Mr. Chady, how are we going to pay for it? And/or where are we going to cut the $500,000 somewhere else to pay for this?
I'm going to start with that response. By way of course, us having to provide these minutes and, of course, the law, we have to attempt to bring these people in.
Sure, absolutely.
Naturally, that does mean that there may come with a cost with this, and that is something that, we will have to keep working through. The perfect response to this is we may have to look into our, different funding opportunities, whether it be, our fund balance to cover some of this, possibly. There'll be fund transfers that we look into every year in this conversation from Fund 27 from Fund 10 to Fund 27. There's a lot of different things that we'll have to look at, but when we get our students with high needs, we have to look at many different funding mechanisms to make sure we're able to cover the costs. But I can have Mr. Chady, add on to that if you like.
Well, I would begin by simply stating that as it's written in the students' IEPs, we have to provide the service. Otherwise, we get into all sorts of other legal obligations and costs down the road. It's $500,000. I don't know if the flow-through grant, can we reallocate resources there? I don't know. The one opportunity perhaps that was missed, I don't know, was the transfer of service. We do have $30,000, $30,809, some value like that in transfer of service as confirmed in our revenue limit here for 24-25. But depending upon when these students arrived in the district, they may not have been our students in time to meet the DPI's reporting criteria for submitting transfer service requests. So, that could be an opportunity then a year from now, but we would still have that expense this year without the revenue limit exemption to help recoup that. And unfortunately, even if it becomes a transfer of service next year, we don't get this year's money in addition to next year's money next year. We just get next year's money. So, again, I go back to the fact that it's written in the student's IEP that then obligates the district to provide that service. I hate to use the word if we can, right? Because we got probably other special ed vacancies as well, but we have to make an effort to try to deliver.
First of all, let me be clear. I don't disagree that we need to do it. I know we need to do it.
Right.
They're kids that need special help, and we need to provide that. And the good news is we got additional students coming into the district. My only concern is, obviously, is how are we gonna pay for it?
Right.
Because things are kind of tight.
I'm
I've
right
heard.
there with you.
So, thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't happy when I.
Thank you. Your hand up. Board Treasurer Brian Anderson.
Sure. So this number, I don't remember this number changing year over year in previous years. And I'm sure there's always inflows and outflows, and each student can be a significant number, as we're seeing, 13 students equating to $500,000. And I don't know if that's just salary, if that includes benefits too. So, okay, so that's kind of an all-in number. What do we do, and this is kind of a hypothetical, but next year if we have an outflow and there's 7 students, we have seven students less. Now, I think a great problem to have is that we fully hire all these positions, because it's probably going to be a difficult task to do that. But have we had to go the opposite direction before, and how have we handled that?
Yes, of course we have, and it's actually not very difficult to handle because, like you said, we always have vacancies, and so we just eliminate positions through attrition.
And each summer, we pull and go through student by student. So over 900 student IEPs we review over the summer to pull out those that have the direct adult support or one-on-one para support that's written. And we do that same kind of calculation where we tally up the total number of minutes by buildings and work to kind of allocate FTE out by building that way. So we are very meticulous, and we see where we have. That's why guests, and we're not requesting any additional, because they have some wiggle room already within the FTE that's allocated to that building. So, and we do use teachers as well. A lot of times it's listed as adult support, so we don't necessarily hone in on just a para educator, but it could be a natural support that's already being provided in an environment they're being educated in.
Thank you. Board Clerk Tom Hankins?
Yeah, kind of Brian was going in the direction I was going, but what's the labor pool for this? I mean, it's nice to say, yeah, we allocated money that we don't have, but I mean, how? So we have positions open, and we already have positions open, and now we're going to have more positions open. Where do you go? Or what are the odds of hiring these people? I know it's an ongoing thing.
I mean, I feel like we get applicants for the positions. We do. We get applicants for the positions. I mean,
I think our administrators, credit to them, they are very creative. I think they tap parents that volunteer frequently in the building to explore whether or not they're able to, provide full day support as an employee instead of just some volunteer opportunities. But they do a good job at making connections as well, the best that they can.
did you want to answer?
Just if you guys need it.
Okay.
Board Member Amy Levy?
Thank you so much. I think this is a Mr. Chady question. And let's say that we are before the deadline, okay? I just want to understand kind of the process. When you talk about transfer of services, it's my understanding that when we are looking at special education reimbursements, that public schools are currently at about 30% reimbursement. We won't talk about what it should be. Save that for another day. But it's my understanding that voucher and charter schools are at 90% reimbursement. So let me just pause. Is that accurate?
I apologize, I'm not sure. I was looking at some independent charter school information today with the revenue limit and doing some calculations, and it was kind of eye-opening, but doesn't really speak to reimbursements. But perhaps we'll get a peek at that in a week and a half or so.
So let's put a pin in that.
Yep.
Is it safe to say that the reimbursement rate for charter and voucher schools is higher than public schools, 30%, about 30%?
I don't know how charter and voucher schools so voucher schools will take the local voucher schools, plural. School District of Beloit is obligated to provide special ed services to those students. So that's our cost, not theirs.
So let me move forward with the question, and maybe this will make more sense. When you talked about transfer of service dates, my real question is, let's say we're before that deadline. So we could get reimbursements back for this year for students that we're receiving after the start of school. If they come from an outside district that has a special education reimbursement rate that is higher than ours, when you speak about transfer of services, would we get that higher reimbursement rate that was issued to that school? You're shaking your head no.
Yeah.
So even if we were before that deadline, we would kind of cap out at our about 30% reimbursement. Doesn't matter what they received for the student.
No, not really. So let me try to help connect the dots, and apologies for catching up with you. took me a little bit there. So the transfer of service process gives you the opportunity to essentially cost out what your new costs are to provide services to a student with special needs. And let's just say it's $100,000. You submit that through a reporting process with the state. The other district that student departed confirms that they received equitable special ed services in their old district. They don't confirm the dollar amount. They just look at it and said, yes, Tommy Jones moved from a different district to the school district of Beloit. When he was in the other district, we had a one-on-one aide. The school district of Beloit saying, hey, we didn't expect Tommy, and now we got a one-on-one aide we have to hire too. And the other district says, yep, that's accurate. And then that $100,000 gets approved as an exemption to the revenue limit. So you can actually levy additional money to pay for those students.
So are we eligible to levy an additional $500,000 to cover these expenses if we are before that transfer of services deadline?
If the students were enrolled in the district and we submitted prior to the transfer of service Part A deadline, then yes, that would be built into the revenue limit exemption for us.
So are we before that deadline?
The deadline was September 13th.
Of course it was. Okay. Thank you so much.
They have to stay too. They have to come and they have to stay. So like if some of these students come and leave in March, the deal's off. Like they have to stay too.
No, thank you. This is really helpful. I appreciate it.
Sure thing.
Okay, any other, Ms. Miller?
Just to clarify, and I'll include this on our next legislative update, but yeah, that is accurate. Board Member Levy, special education funding reimbursement for private schools is at 90%. I don't think that's the same for independent charters, but it is true for private voucher schools, who then can issue IEPs, students can leave, and then the cost burden is shifted to the public schools, which is what we are currently experiencing.
Thank you for that information. That's eye-opening. Any other questions regarding the request for an additional special education para FTE? Are there any closed session questions? If not, I would entertain a motion for the request for additional education para FTEs.
So moved.
Second.
Greg Schneider moved approval of the additional request for special education para FTEs, seconded by Amy Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we do have, were all of the questions for Exhibit A and B public? There were no public questions before we go into closed session? A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering specific personnel recommendations. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Amy Levy, second by Greg Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Shope, can we get a roll call?
Yes. Greg Schneider?
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. The Board of Education may reconvene to public session in order to take any action, if necessary, on items discussed in closed session. Thank you. Okay. Can I get a motion of approval for the HR Committee Report Employment Recommendations Exhibit A and Exhibit B?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by by Amy Levy. Sorry. Any discussion? No questions? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries unanimous. That brings us to item 10B, policy 113, student and employee sexual harassment policy, Title IX. Who's leading this? Is that, I don't have that detail up yet. Yep. Go ahead.
So okay, sure. So the Title IX conversation we have been having since pretty much the beginning of the school, beginning of this school year. I say this school year being July and August, when we started having conversations around this policy being brought to the district. At that time, there were some questions that I believe Board Chair Mr. Nichols had in regards to Title IX and its contents. From there, me and Mrs. Almendares did have conversations about Title IX, naturally, with the new law coming into place. With the new law coming into place, it was vetted by our lawyers as pertains to the requirements. And to make a long story short, there were some things inside the new Title IX policies that others across the country may not have agreed with, but from our perspective, it was something that we thought that we still needed to move forward based off of our position in the district at the time. With that being stated, it was put on hold in September, I do believe, and brought back in the conversation here in October. And then there was most recently a different conversation happening in the district from a different group seeking to for us to not move this forward as it pertains to Title IX. With that being stated, we were in the process of approving Title IX and approving Title IX policy as with the changes that were brought forth by the lawyers, of course, I should say from the United States as well. But again, we ran into a conversation in which we needed to have an open conversation around just Title IX and some of the thoughts that's within it. I can tell you that from a legal perspective, there are some things that we need to work on, and I can't, divulge that legal space currently. But I can tell you that right now the policy is on hold until the board makes a decision on how we want to move forward with implementing Title IX, new Title IX guidelines moving forward. And so that's the real short, boxed response. I could go into the details of Title IX, but I'm not going to read the policy to everyone and go through all the different changes. That information was online from our policy committee, both in, I want to say, July and again in October. So if you want to go back and look at it, you can. However, right now it is on hold based off of kind of where we are in the discussion.
Okay, and as it was pointed out earlier, this is listed as a potential closed session item if we choose to have a conversation with the legal team. But before we get to that, is there any public session questions or comments or discussion? Board Member Megan Miller.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that I would absolutely gain by learning more from a legal perspective, and I did appreciate the memo that we received. I think at this point, the spirit of the current Title IX as it stands, like the updated version, and based on the training that I've received, where we have that policy also at Parkview because it's a federal thing. Yeah, I mean it's intended to protect children. I think that there's probably some nuance to how you also honor the legal situation at present. It sounds like, and I would love some clarity on this, that this is like a school by school thing, but that doesn't necessarily interfere with the district upholding a practice that's intended to protect children from and others, of course, from discrimination. So, I mean, I don't see a conflict with having the district have the updated policy, particularly while it seems like, unless I'm misunderstanding, so please do correct me, there is this sort of gray area where there can be these kind of school by school situations.
Thank you. Dr. Garrison, did you want to respond to that, or?
I mean, Miss Miller, can you give me I hate to say a different, is there a specific question you want me to answer in that? Or you?
Well,
you
yeah,
want-
I don't really understand what the conflict is. I mean, there's a federal change to Title IX. I feel like we have an obligation to adhere to that. And while I understand that there is this other lawsuit, incidentally, there are lawsuits all the time over all kinds of educational issues. Like there's a lawsuit stopping the state legislature right now from funding its own initiatives. I mean, that's going to happen. So certainly you want to give lots of room, and this is a very contentious issue. Total respect for everybody's feelings and perspectives involved in this. I do think it is our obligation as a public entity to uphold Title IX. And I guess my only question would be, could you clarify if we adopt the policy as a district, that does not interfere with these same complaints that we've received, right? Because it sounds like the complaints only pertain to the school building for the people who are impacted. So I guess my concern would be like, why stop a protection for people across the district if it's unnecessary? Could you add some clarity around the implications of this other legal issue, I guess?
Sure. So there's parts of the Title IX policy that I think most people will probably just agree on, the grievances process, the filing of a complaint, and, other things. But then there may be other sections of Title IX that the public and or, even board members may not agree on. However, like you just mentioned, this is a, federal conversation in which we would act on in normal situations and move it forward because of the federal implications. To specifically answer your question around, is there something that would be holding us back from doing this? Again, the thought of lawsuits is always something that district has to, consider, in which we, again, have sought, legal counsel in that space. It does not prevent the board from moving forward with the stated policy. It doesn't. So it just allows us to, again, level set the conversation. The board can still move this conversation forward as it has that right to. But that doesn't stop the next step, which, someone could possibly want to come after us from a legal perspective or not. I mean, sometimes you don't know what's going to happen until it actually happens. And in this space, I can't, unfortunately, I can't predict the future of whether or not a said group will come after us legally. It is my responsibility to bring you the information when it does come in such a manner. And so Ms. Almendarez can probably add to that, probably say some of the same things, but go ahead. Or may not, sorry.
Right. Well, it is a federal mandate. However, when we ask about what impact would it have to move forward with it while there's still a lot of contention and the policies on hold in different organizations, I would say that the district needs to look at, if we're approving this and we're moving forward with it, that there are provisions that we need to be mindful. For example, how are we going to honor the items on Title IX? How are we going to honor the athletic changing rooms? How are we going to honor what are we doing as part of that? Because one thing is to adopt a policy, and we can approve policies all day, every day. And the other thing is the mechanisms that we put in place to ensure that we're being compliant with that policy. So that's just my 2 cents. I don't know if it's a concern, but just a point of consideration that adopting this policy means that there are things the district will need to look into to ensure that we are being compliant and providing a safe space for all students.
Just as a follow-up, and then I'm good. Thank you. That was a really clear explanation from both of you. I appreciate it. It seems like, this, from what I understand, and I just went through like the mandated training and, read what everybody else read. This is intended to protect people under classifications that are already federally protected under law and other previous Supreme Court rulings defining sex and gender. So, we're a public education entity. We serve our entire community, and it's incumbent upon us to protect the rights of all of our staff and students as a public entity. And while I understand the messiness of that, it's sort of, mark of the times that we live in. Where do you draw the line, right? This is a this isn't new. Back in 2018, or it was before, longer before, I'm sorry, way before that. We've made our own EOC changes to board policy to make sure that we cover everything explicitly that's federally protected. This is just an extension of that. So again, total respect to the messiness of that, but if we're not doing something right now in practice that we should be doing, then I think that goes on the list of action items that we need to take action on as a district.
Thank you. Board Clerk Tom Hankins.
Yeah, I just had a question for Dr. Garrison. I heard him say under normal circumstances, and I'm thinking he did say or was saying we would move this forward. I'm just wondering clarify when you meant by under normal circumstances. Are you alluding to the litigious nature of our society, or?
So we had already had this conversation starting in July, and then we moved it to August. We paused in September. Questions were answered. And we were prepared to move this forward until said thing came to our table. And so in normal circumstances, from my perspective, this would have been moved forward based off of our spaces that we occupy as a board. That was brought, from administration to the board, of course. And so from normal circumstances, that would have been moved forward. However, a new thing came to our table, and it's something that we have to work through now because it's a national thing that we may need to, consider. That's why we had to seek legal advice, and that's what the legal advice will shed some light on. Again, it does not stop us from voting on said policy. I just want to make sure I'm being very clear about that. It won't stop us from voting on said policy, even if that's what the board would want to do now. You can make that decision, or we can wait to hear from our legal space and then kind of go from there.
I'm good. Okay. Board Member Amy Levy.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. One, it looks like we have a lovely attorney that has stayed up late to join us, so I would love to hear a legal perspective on this. And two, I'm wondering, since there has been guidance for the change in the Title IX policy, has there also been guidance provided for admin regs, as Ms. Almendarez so aptly pointed out, for how the policy is enacted?
At the current time, we don't have any additional information from admin regs perspective. We don't have that from legal. Well, I don't have that from legal, I should say.
Or even has DPI provided any admin reg guidance to go along with the Title IX changes?
The policy was given to us as such, and so I don't have any additional information, and I can go back and look as of tomorrow and see if there's something. But as it stands right now, I do not believe DPI had any follow-up to the implementation of the policy within any one school district, because it may look different in how you actually can make it happen.
Right, and just for one, that would be helpful, and thank you for that. And not mandates, but just guidance, because I'm sure that the other districts are having similar conversations about how we implement with equity in mind and with fairness and the protection of students and staff at the forefront.
Any other open session questions or conversation regarding Vice President Nichols?
Just a couple questions, and I know we probably are going to go into closed session, I'm assuming. I'm just going to make a guess here in a minute, but so, you know, we can go ahead and move forward, but there's also the potential that we may have to go backwards. Is that possible, depending on potential outcomes from the couple things we got this week? Is that a safe assumption on my part, or no?
That's a safe assumption.
Okay. So, okay. That's it.
Oh, go ahead.
You know, I just say, like, I'm a banker, which might be the only more highly regulated institution than public education to some degree, but love to follow the rules and the laws. I hope to get some additional advice from our attorney. I think to this point we've received, here's what you can do, and to me that's not legal advice. So I'm hoping to get more actual advice. And I think I want to be cautious of implementing a policy when we're not prepared to implement the procedures, kind of like what some other board members have said. I think that, in my mind, that makes you even more culpable, because it becomes disingenuous to say, oh yeah, we'll update the policy, but then, you know, you don't do the and then. So I guess I'd reserve my final judgment once we actually have. So to me, I think it's, you can feel how you feel about Title IX. To me, it's the legal aspect of it, of how do we proceed. So I'll wait and see what we get from that.
Banks are regulated? Okay, sorry. Okay. Any other comments, or I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
I'll second.
Ms. Levy?
Just for clarification, and without giving the specifics, what are we going into closed session to discuss? Is it about like a specific person or entity or?
The reason we are going into closed session is the Board of Education will be conferring with legal counsel, who is rendering oral advice regarding the policy 113, student and employee sexual harassment policy, Title IX. Based off of our conversation just now, if I'm not mistaken, to gain a deeper understanding on what our legal liabilities will be moving, either approving, not approving, or postponing.
And please indulge me, I'll be brief. Is that a reason to go into closed session? Like, we're not negotiating a contract or anything that would need to be kept private? I'm unclear on that.
Well, let's ask our legal team.
So just in general, discussing legal matters and providing legal advice to the board, that is not something that we would do in open session. So that's why we go to closed session. We represent the board, and when we're providing that legal advice, we provide it for purposes of giving it to the board for you to determine how you would like to proceed. So that's why we would go into closed session, because it would be considered legal advice. And so you have, client confidentiality that implicates that. if that answers your question, Ms. Levy.
It does. Thank you so much for the clarification.
Any other questions or discussion? Ms. Shope, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, could I get a reminder as to who
yes.
moved and seconded?
Yes, motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Brian Anderson.
Okay, I forgot which one moved. Megan Miller,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
The Board of Education may reconvene to public session in order to take any action if necessary on items discussed in closed session. Thank you.
Hello, this is Christina Cott. Can anybody hear me? Hello, this is Christina Cott.
Christina, this is Michelle.
Yes.
You're on the regular meeting right now. I need you
got it.
to
Okay.
log into the closed session one.
I will. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Hang on.
Sorry. Okay, is everybody present? Everyone's here and Ms. Miller is online. Okay, it is 10:34. We are reconvening into open session to take action on item 10B, policy 113, student and employee sexual harassment policy, Title IX. Can I get a motion, please?
I move approval of policy 113 as presented, and absolutely no rush, but when it's time to vote, I'd like a roll call vote, please.
I'll second.
Motion by Amy Levy, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? And we are all in the understanding that this is the first reading. Okay, do you want to do the roll call, clerk?
Greg Schneider.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Sorry. Tia Johnson.
Mr. Hanson, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Miller, I'm still writing names down.
Oh, I apologize for interjecting. Somebody's turned their mic off and I just couldn't hear. I heard people voting, but I couldn't hear
Yeah,
the names.
it was
so
me. Your board clerk was.
I apologize. You
Okay.
are wonderful.
I'm
It's fine.
going
I
to
just
start,
didn't want to miss
Megan, I'm
my
going to
vote.
start over with the roll call vote on this motion, okay? Because my mic was off.
Okay.
All right. So we'll go with Greg Schneider.
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Aye.
Brian Nichols.
Nay.
Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
Nay.
Megan Miller.
Aye.
Tom Hankins. Aye.
The motion carries 5-2. Can I get a motion for an adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Amy Levy, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? This meeting is adjourned at 10:36. Everyone have a good night.
You
Good night.
too.